Good morning. Welcome to the finals of the over 60 Champions Trophy. We have had 3 nations and 4 teams take part in this tournament. Team USA, Team USAA, Canada over 60 and West Indies over 60. The finals today is between Team USA and Canada over 60. This has been a fantastic tournament so far, and the finals of the over 60s is being played at Moosa Stadium today. We have a wonderful bright shiny day, blue skies, gentle breeze, 80 degrees in Houston, Texas. Team USA won the toss and has elected to field. This is a pitch that has been played on for a few days now. It's one of those West Indian style pitches, predominantly clay, not much grass on it. So I don't know how much turn the spinners are going to get on this wicket. The key bowling to this is bowling inline and bowling straight. Coach Dashrath Sankhe will be opening the bowling for Team USA. He's a left-hand fast bowler, lives in the California Bay Area, and actually runs a coaching academy for kids. For somebody who's over 60, he's reasonably brisk and predominantly gets the ball in. Ian will be taking strike. He's been in good nick and has had a few runs in this tournament. This is a 45-over game, and these gentlemen will be playing their 5th 45-over game in 8 days. Arun Taplu is at the non-striker's end. He has been amongst the rungs as well for Canada. That should be pretty close. That was an in-swinger. Perhaps did a little too much. Again, Coach Dashrath Sankhe predominantly gets the ball in with the arm. He has been given LBW this time. Again, the ball coming in. It's tough to say from this camera angle whether the ball hit him perhaps just outside the off stump. Unfortunately, we do not have DRS here. Height was not a problem at all. The question would have been, did it hit him in line or just outside the line of the off stump? In any event, he has been given LBW. So an early breakthrough for Team USA. Exactly what they have been looking for. And Coach Dashrath Sankhe actually has had a hamstring injury and is braving through that to play in the finals. Amazing what we do even at this age for the love of the game. The new man in is Rohan Jayasekara, a gentleman who played Test cricket for Sri Lanka. We've coined the term the Iron Man for him. He has played both in the over 60 and the over 50 version of this tournament. So while most people have played 5 games, this gentleman, this is his 9th game in 9 days. Go figure. And he is 63. 9 games of 45 overs. He keeps wickets, which again is not easy, in both versions. Canada are off the mark. A beautiful straight drive for 1 run. So after a point, veterans cricket, it becomes a test of endurance. The fitter team, over a period of time, definitely has the advantage. I'm sure everybody on this teams, both these teams, are hurting, but this is the finals. This is Arun Taplu. The gentleman is from the Toronto area in Canada. Wonderful person. I've known him through my days over in India, where we both tried out for the India over 50 team. Coach Sankhe strays down the leg side quite wide. Wonderful piece of keeping by Kirit. There is a 1 ball down the leg side rule in the Masters cricket, but I think this was pretty wide. Much better line. The ball is doing quite a bit in the air actually in the first over. That one comfortably missing the leg stump. Did too much in the air. Bowler's trying to come over the stumps now. Left arm bowlers have a significant advantage, especially if they can bring the ball in like Coach Sankhe is doing when they're bowling from over the stumps. If you have that in-swinger, the ball that comes in with the arm for the left-hander, then if you're bowling from over the stumps, you can create the angle for the ball to just go straight on as well. So he really doesn't have to swing the ball out. The straight ball kind of becomes like an outswinger, and the ball that comes in with the arm is his in-swinger. A definite significant advantage for left-arm bowlers when they bowl from over the stumps. At the end of 1 over, Canada a 2 for the loss of Ian. Dave Ramdan will be bowling from the far end. He was the hero in their previous encounter where USA were 9 wickets down and needed 35 runs to get. And Dave Ramdan and Chetan Shah brought the team home with 1 ball to spare. That was probably the match of this tournament. He's a decent right arm swing bowler as well, bowling from the far end. The wind should be helping a little bit behind him and slightly across. Rohan is very watchful. Rohan plays one brand of cricket. Doesn't matter how many overs you give him. 20, 40, 60, he plays test cricket. given that he was indeed a test cricketer. Gentle outswinger. Perhaps a run there if they were quick, but Arun Taplu wants to ease in to the tournament. Beautiful shot there by Rohan. A long run for Wayne Copeland, and they end up with 3 runs. A very well timed shot to deep point of a ball that was perhaps a little too short. Arun Taplu now takes strike. This is an interesting pitch. Most turf wickets we played on has a little bit of grass on it, grips and turns. This is shiny and bald. The pitch doesn't take much turn. And most of the swing of the ball happens in the air. Not much of the wicket unless you really hit the seam. He has a slip in place. A nice cover drive and a beautiful piece of fielding there by Janak Patel, the skipper of Team USA, at short extra cover. A short ball that skidded through, and Arun Taplu trying to play across is plumb in front. The replay will show us a little bit more clearly, but it looks like it was hitting middle stump. Height is not a problem. It's a tough shot on this wicket. On this wicket, you have to bat straight. 2 really early breakthroughs for USA. Canada struggling a little bit now at 5 runs for 2 wickets. Good bowling there by Dave. And I think that was a very well judged decision by the umpire. With or without DSR, that is plumb in front. We have Brian now at the crease, a left-hand batter. You see Janak Patel on the screen directing his field. The key to the batting lineup for Canada is Rohan, who is their backbone, and then there is the elegant Mukesh Narula, who I would think is probably coming in next. The ex-first class cricketer from India. Good line and length and a very good over by Dave. So 2 early breakthroughs for Team USA. They seem to be right on top here. This is the first international tournament of its kind for Masters Cricket USA. We are very thankful for Canada and the West Indies to accept our invitation to be here and play in this tournament. Canada is playing Team USAA in the third place game at Prairie View today. And the finals here is on the picturesque Moosa Stadium. A wonderful facility. Probably, in my opinion, the best. Rivals the Fort Lauderdale Stadium. This is the vision of Saki Mohammed, who is a passionate cricketer who built this stadium, and it's named Moosa after his father. Again, Coach Dash bowling from over the stumps. Probably the ball pitched middle in leg and was missing leg, a leg by. This is a state-of-the-art facility with beautiful side screens, a wonderful outfield, great dressing room facilities, and the streaming that you're getting from here again is multiple cameras that Sakibai has installed to give us this opportunity of wonderful viewing of veterans cricket. This indeed is the home of Masters Cricket USA, and we are very privileged and thankful to Sakibai for allowing us to use this wonderful facility. He's been one of the directors of Masters Cricket USA and has been a great supporter. Well bowled there by Coach Sankey. Watchful by Brian, understandably so. They're 6 for 2. This is the third over. Another wicket here for USA, and they'll be right on top. An afterthought appeal by Kirith, the wicket keeper. At least from our view, didn't look like it hit anything. The bowler was not really interested, neither was the slip fielder. Keepers by nature are excitable, so very understandable. Went very close to the outside edge. That's another LBW decision. Hit in line, hitting the wicket. The batsman doesn't appear to be pleased, but we'd be able to tell on replay. Again, this is not the best camera angle to see this, but it does look like it pitched on line. Pitched on the middle and leg stump and straightened out. Height is not an issue. Now there are 3 wickets down. I would expect Mukesh. No, it is not Mukesh. I think he's holding himself back a little bit longer. Now you can see the height on this. Obviously, this pitch doesn't have much bounce. Skids through, pretty much, it would have been hitting the middle of the stump. And it did look like it was in line. So Coach Dashrath Sankey has 2 wickets for 2 runs in his 10 balls so far. USA right on top in this finals. Oh, it actually is Mukesh. He was looking a little heavy, I think because of the jacket that he's wearing. There's a cool breeze blowing. The weather shouldn't be a problem for Mukesh. He's from the Toronto area. This should be like midsummer for him, but because of the gentle breeze and because I think originally he's from Gujarat, India, actually Baroda, India, he might be feeling the chill a little bit. So this is indeed the key partnership. If USA can get a breakthrough here, they will be right on top in this competition. Coach Sankey bowling from around the stumps now. Ball did not move in. You can actually see him struggling with his leg because of his hamstring injury. He had a pretty bad tear of the mid hamstring. But being a trooper, he is fighting through this. And so are a lot of other cricketers. There is the class of this gentleman. Ball coming right of the meat of the bat. Beautifully timed and sounded sweet. There you go. These gentlemen know how to play their cricket. It'll be very key for USA to get this breakthrough while this team is under pressure. I know commentators are supposed to be neutral, but I will not be bashful here in my support for Team USA. This has been a wonderful experience for everybody in Masters. We've been in existence for a year. This is the first international experience for Team USA. So far, they've won 4 of their 4 games. Again, a beautiful ball by Dave. I think he's getting a gentle outswing, helped with the breeze, and he's pitching it to the right spots. Again, watchful by Mukesh. Understandably so. A short ball outside the off stump, hit to deep cover. A fantastic chase by Masood Sheikh, who's probably the baby of the over 60 team. He ran about 40 yards to his right to save the boundary. The batsmen take 2 runs. Again, very well bowled by Dave. So Mukesh has played 4 shots so far. Everything coming from the middle of the bat. He looks like he's in touch. He's pure class and is looking dangerous for the Indian team, for the USA team. They do need to break this partnership. Of course, the partnership is only 6 balls old, but this is indeed the key batting pair for Canada. Very well played again. Mukesh's batting, it looks like poetry in motion. You know, sometimes it's so easy on the eyes. The umpire seems to be having a little bit of an issue with some of the players outside the boundary line and is asking them to sit down. Again, very well bowled by Dave. I think the key for the Team USA here is to be patient, attack the stumps, and hope that one of these people, one of these 2 batters make a mistake. They are not going to give their wicket away. You have to get a little bit lucky and you have to be consistent and relentless with your bowling lines and lengths to these 2 batsmen. At the end of 4 overs, Canada over 60 is 9 for 3 wickets, with their best batting pair at the crease. A very good start for Team USA. As you can see from that camera angle, Rohan seems to be standing outside his crease. A good technique when the ball's moving and the keeper is standing back. Negates the swing a little bit. As you can see, he's standing a good foot outside his crease here. Ball does keep low on this pitch, skidding through most of the time, because it's so flat and glossy. I don't think it grips any for it to get any purchase and get any bounce. Beautiful in-swinger again, and Rohan did manage to get some bat on it. Played to fine leg. The ball moved so much that pretty much came to hit his toes, but Rohan did very well to get his bat on it. Yorker length ball. Great spell by coach Dashrath Sankhe. Smart batting. Easy single there. Beautiful cover drive there, all the way to the boundary. How good is that? A fantastic shot by Rohan Jayasekara. Standing well outside his crease, negating the swing. Ball pitched outside the off stump. Did not come in as much. A beautiful flowing cover drive by Rohan. I've come to know Rohan over the last year through our games both in Canada and here. Wonderful gentlemen. They were fantastic hosts when we visited Canada, and a great personality. He plays hard and loves his scotch and his cigars after the game. That's a textbook cover drive there. Coach coming around the stumps now to bowl, and a leg by, I would assume. Yep. Well bowled by coach again. I think he's getting a little bit too much movement. The ball comfortably missing the leg stump. Actually, it wasn't that bad an appeal. You know, if you had a straighter angle for this, but I think the angle of the camera is a little off for us to determine whether it was straight enough. In any event, leg by. At the end of 5 overs, 17 for 3. Canada making a mini recovery here, not unexpectedly, given the quality of the two batsmen at the crease. Well kept there by Kirit. It's not easy keeping on this wicket. The ball scoots and always keeps low. Beautiful shot for a single. Beautiful piece of fielding there by Janak Patel. That was a beautiful cover drive by Rohan. Janak Patel, 63 years young, had a full length dive to his right to stop the ball and a certain 4. They end up with just a single. A fantastic off drive again. I think this will go all the way to the boundary by Mukesh. This partnership is looking threatening now for USA, although it's still in its very early budding stages. Look at that, coming right off the middle of the bat, flowing off drive for 4 runs. They are rotating the strike comfortably. Mind you, it's not easy to bat when you come in with the ball moving a little bit, keeping low. Again, these batsmen seem to be comfortably rotating the strike. 26 for 3. Beautiful bowling by Coach Sankhe again, line and length. He has given 10 runs with 2 wickets of 3.2 overs. Another beautiful off drive there by Rohan to the boundary. 4 runs. A fantastic shot. "31 for 3 of 6.4 overs. Again, very well bowled by coach Dashrath Sankhe, and well played by Rohan. Another beautiful shot there by Mukesh. A bad ball by Janak Patel. Down to long leg for a boundary. Canada rapidly moving to 35 for 3. Much better ball by Janak Patel. No run. Beautiful use of the feet there to play the spinners. Well flighted ball. Janak Patel, the skipper of Team USA, wonderful gentleman, comes from the Los Angeles area. Janak Patel is a very colorful personality. Drive to long on for a single. He loves cricket, has a passion for it, owns a private cricket ground. He has passion for making wine. His company, the Ultimate Vineyards, is one of the sponsors. He is indeed one of the directors of Masters USA. Very well bowled there. Inside edge from Rohan gets him a single. Going back to Janak Patel, he plays all levels of cricket. I think he is, if I'm not mistaken, 62 years old. He owns a minor league team in the Bay Area, the Blazers. He actually plays minor league cricket. So not only does he own the team, he actively plays minor league cricket. And in the USA, minor league cricket is as close to professional cricket as it can get. So he's playing with 20-year-olds and still holds his own. Dashrath Sankey into his 5th over. Team USA now desperate for a wicket here. Again, bowling a little down the leg side. Ball pitching outside the leg stump. No chance of an LBW. They get a leg by to fine leg. Janak Patel is also one of the directors of Masters Cricket USA and has been with the Masters right from its inception and has been invaluable both with his time, effort, and I dare say some of his money as well. Very well bowled, very well played. Good cricket here. Keen contest between bat and ball. A very crucial and interesting phase of this game. If USA gets a wicket, they get right on top. And if Canada bats through for another 10 overs here, they would have recovered very well from that disastrous start that they had. Again, good cricket here, very well played. A good over again by Dashrath Sankey. He's bowling a beautiful spell of fast bowling here. 5 overs for 15 runs with 2 wickets. Rohan is batting on 17 of 17 balls. Mukesh a little bit more circumspect. 16 runs of 26 balls. We've watched some beautiful batting here under intense pressure. Janak Patel for his 2nd over. He's got some decent variations to his left arm spin. Is not afraid to give the ball enough air. That is again bad line and a beautiful shot. Saves him from running. 4 runs to fine leg. A sweep shot. Very well played. Not bad for a man who's playing his 9th game. That was perfect technique for a sweep shot. A wide ball. Having some difficulty with his line, Janak Patel. Again, a beautiful shot to deep mid wicket. Slightly short and a beautiful pull shot. The pitch seems to be easing up a little bit. The bounce is a little bit better now. Very well played. 47 for 3 of 9.3 overs. They have recovered reasonably well. Canada has. Now it is imperative for Team USA to get this breakthrough. As we mentioned before, this is indeed the key batting pair, and Team USA desperately needs a wicket right now. Some way, somehow. Beautiful shot to deep cover for a single. A beautiful flick off his toes by Mukesh. Gets him 2 runs to deep mid wicket. And again, beautiful bowling by coach Dashrath Sankhe. Um, we'll be just taking a commentary break for about 5 minutes. Canada 64 for 3. Well made recovery. David Martel bowling. After 14 overs, so that I think has been a very good recovery by Canada. After their initial start, I think they were 3 wickets down for 5 runs. This is Wayne Copeland coming into bowl. His second over. His first over went for 5 runs. Again, a beautiful shot to deep cover. Rohan is playing beautifully. 38 of 34 balls. A runner ball. Beautiful shot by Mukesh to deep mid wicket. Goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. They do make the game look so easy. Bad ball, long hop, full toss. And Wayne knows it. Much better ball. Pretty wide outside the off stump. I think the key on this wicket is to bowl stump to stump on the stumps. Good piece of fielding there by Janak Patel, a deep cover. A well-timed shot. They've made an excellent recovery here. 73 for 3. Last ball to Drinks. So at the end of 15 overs, Canada 73 for 3 of 15 overs. Rohan Jayasekara batting at 39 of 35 balls and Mukesh 28 of 44 balls. And it's the Drinks break now. We are back after the drinks break. Canada is 73 for 3. David Martell coming from the far end. A very good rebuilding effort by Rohan and Mukesh. A fantastic recovery by Canada after being 3 down for 5 runs. They are now at 74 for 3. I now have in the commentary booth David Mohammed, who is the president of Canada Masters Cricket with me. It's been a very fantastic experience of me knowing him, and it's been a privilege to be working with him over the last year. We had gone to a fantastic Tri-Nation tournament in Canada where he was a very gracious host along with Rohan. And thank you very much for accepting our invitation to be here. You have both your over 50 and over 60 teams here for the tournament. Thank you and welcome, David.
Yeah, thank you for having us. It's indeed a privilege for us to come here and play on these fantastic facilities you guys have here. Senior cricket, as it is growing, the growing trend now, right? And we are here just to promote senior cricket, let everybody see what we're doing, and basically encourage more people to come out and play. Right? As you say, the main aim is to get people off the couches and on the fields, so we can provide them with a healthy lifestyle.
Absolutely. I mean, the cricket on the ground is fantastic, and the camaraderie off the field is even better. This has been actually a very good recovery, David. They started with 3 quick wickets. All 3 LBW decisions. I know you haven't had the benefit of replays. Probably the first one of Ian was, touch and go. It's not a great camera angle.
Right.
Probably hit him maybe just, perhaps outside the line of the off stump. But the other 2 LBWs did look like they were out. But, as you know, LBWs, it's never out for the batsman, and
we're never
it's
happy.
Always out for the bowler.
Yeah, we're never happy with the LBWs.
Yeah.
The track is it's not as bouncy as you'd expect. It keeps it a bit low.
No, I mean, we played on this yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And it's a weird track. I mean, they call it, we have the groundsman here is originally from Jamaica, and he's the gentleman who did the ground at Broward County in Florida. So, I mean, it's, I guess, like a Jamaican wicket, but without the bounce. It's just so smooth that I think the ball just skids off the surface.
Well, I guess you need a 6'6" piece bowler from Jamaica to come here and get him to bounce, right?
6'6" and probably about 25, 30 years younger as well.
Yeah, so. No, but apart from that, it's a great facility to host tournaments here. Right, this one here, and the other facility, the
Prairie View.
Prairie View. Again, it reminds me of the Queen's Park Savannah, where we have about 5-6 grounds where people come out to play.
Yeah, I haven't had the
Trinidad.
privilege of being there, so you know, again, it's spring here, and from where you come from, I'm pretty sure it's still cold, and I'm from Boston, so it's pretty cold there. So, anytime you can get outside and without your jackets and enjoy cricket, I think it's always a fun day.
Yeah. Apparently, there's an issue with the ball.
Yeah, that's the other problem when playing with these hard wickets is they scuff the ball quite a bit. And you being the fast bowler, even yesterday you might have noticed, after probably the first three overs, the ball actually starts reversing.
Yeah, it did. It was lost cuff. You couldn't shine either side.
Yeah, that's right, and that probably is the nature of the pitch. More, that's right. But I think they are trying to get us more of the action in terms of getting, the bat and ball.
Yeah.
And this is a good wider view. And we talked about this, right? Saki Mohammed, I'm sure you know him. I know you met him as well. Is the owner of this facility. This is a private facility, he spent a whole bunch of his money and spared no cost. If you look at the stream, David, this I think for an amateur production, right, is as good as it gets.
Yes, it is. Very entertaining for the people back home also.
A beautiful shot there by Mukesh. I mean, this man makes the game look so easy, doesn't he?
He does. Both batsmen in the wicket now, Rohan and Mukesh. It's a different aspect of batting when they get in there.
No question. I was just, even when we were 5 for 3, obviously I'm rooting for, US and you're rooting for Canada. I was very circumspect because I said, you know what, we need one more wicket. We need one of these two guys to get out before we can say we are on top.
Yeah.
So even when we were, Canada were 5 runs and 3 wickets down, I wasn't very comfortable.
And as you see, Rohan has been playing almost every day.
I did mention that. I mean, like I said, right, he's the Iron Man of the tournament. And seriously, we're talking about 45 over games. He keeps wickets and he bats. And it's not like, he's batted only for a few overs. I mean, he's got some big scores. He's got a 90, he's got about 340s, and the man just doesn't get out.
It's all about patience.
And obviously, he's played a very high level of cricket, right? I mean, my coach used to always tell me, right? 90% of batting is between the years.
Yes. He continues to play, and he plays, top level cricket, even at the club level.
And I'm sure people struggle to get him out even there.
Yeah, exactly. We tell him you got to bat, you get to 50, you got to get out. And he's not happy even then. Continues to bat and bat.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, David, I mean, you've been here for 8-9 days, and just would like your take on your experience so far of this international tournament. The reason I ask is, we as team, Masters USA are very new to this, right? I mean, this is the first time we are hosting an international tournament, and you have been so magnanimous and supportive of everything that we've asked of you, and your advice. You and Rohan, I've sought your counsel multiple times, and you've been very helpful. So it did take a little bit of effort to put this tournament on display, and I was just hoping that we did a reasonably good job for people to have a good time here.
It has been excellent tournament so far. There is always going to be hiccups. As you remembered when we did our Tri-Nations, right, there are things we did and we need to improve on them. But as time goes on, we'll get there. Right.
And again, it's always a learning experience, David. And I mean, all of us make mistakes. One of the key things I tell, my kids and all my friends as well is it is better to do things and make mistakes and learn from them as opposed to not doing anything. Right. I mean, you do things, you make mistakes. The key is obviously, hopefully, we'll learn from them, and obviously, we'll get your feedback after this tournament is done of the different aspects of what we did right. Hopefully, we did some right, and obviously, what we did wrong. So, as long as we, learn, and again, this community of over 50 and over 60 cricket is growing across the world. And I think it is key, and every one of us as ambassadors of this community, because we found this to be an exhilarating experience over the last year, at least for us, that this is fun cricket. I mean, we call it the second innings, right? Most of us had given up playing cricket, and some of us had not played for 10 years. But now that we are a little bit more settled in life, we've had the opportunity to come out and enjoy ourselves again. So, as long as we work as a community and with mutual respect and, add to each other, I think there's nothing stopping us from growing into even better world organization.
And I totally agree. We've built a camaraderie, brotherhood among us. I mean, with you, the West Indies and Canada, there is a brotherhood there, right? We just need to. There's always, as you say, there's always stuff we need to improve on. No matter what we do in life, there's always stuff to improve on, and we'll work on that until we get it right.
Absolutely, it's a constant learning. David Martell, the bowler here, pretty good left-arm spinner, and played high-level cricket in Sri Lanka and plays in the Bay Area right now. A pretty accurate bowler. He also played in the recent over 50 tournament, where he was pretty effective. I think he has a little bit of a shoulder niggle here that he's dealing with, but still, all in all, a pretty good bowler.
It's like everyone else. Everybody's got a niggle somewhere in this tournament.
Well, I mean, you're 9 days into the tournament, and everybody's. I mean, that is one of the key things I was mentioning earlier. Is this tournament is not only about cricketing skill; it is about endurance and mental fortitude, as far as how you will through games. Like you said, everybody's hurting, and it's like how do you push yourself to that next level?
I mean, you guys are coming out of some zonal games that gave you some outdoor practice. We're coming up from indoor where when we came outdoor, it was all snow.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And it's tough, but as long as we end up with a smile at the end of the day, have a fun day of cricket, and then enjoy each other's company, I think we're all good.
I see a great recovery by Mukesh and Rohan here for the Canadian team.
Yeah. I'm not enjoying this very much, David.
You don't have to watch the screen.
82 for 3, and they're getting, even scarier by every over. They seem, right from the first ball, Mukesh has been timing the ball so well. Everything coming from the middle of the bat. Look at his footwork there, right? That's the, classic example of how to play a spinner, how to rotate the strike, no risk, and he's batting at 32 on 54. And I've seen him hit the ball. He can hit the ball. But the key is, when do you start opening up, right? Right now, the run rate is very healthy. 83 for 3 in 18 overs. So.
As long as we stay, these two batsmen stay at the crease, I think you'll get a lot more headaches.
No question. They can. If you remember the last tournament in Canada, right, the Tri-Nation Cup, where you bowled us out in the semi-finals for, I think it was 140, and Naveed got some quick runs, and then we had a couple of wickets, but then this gentleman came and stood there and said, "I'm not going to get out," and he saw you through to the finals in that tournament.
Yeah, he did. He occupied the crease for a long, long time. It was some difficult tracks to bat on it in that tournament, but he uses experience to do so and get us out of a hole.
Beautiful pull shot there. 4 runs, no question about it. Bad ball, shot, and Rohan timed it Mukesh timed it to perfection.
So where do most of your players come from?
So that is the biggest challenge for us, David, in this country. It's a huge country, but we do not have the infrastructure, right? I mean, cricketing fields like this are few and far in between. We have a few grounds in Los Angeles, in Houston, and maybe a couple in Florida. So if we have to come and play these games, we have to fly 5 hours to get here. So I'm from Boston. There are players coming from Los Angeles, Seattle, Chicago, Florida. So and as you know, most of veterans over 50s cricket and over 60s cricket is self-funded. So it is definitely not easy on the pocket. And if some of us are working, we've got to take time off to get here. So we do understand it's not a very easy thing to do for most people. But passion of the sport, we get people to come all the way here and do this. Another beautiful shot, excellent fielding there by Dave. Saved 2 runs for the Team USA.
And it's the same thing with us in Canada. Everything is self-funded, and it's hard for people to leave their jobs. And I mean, put out when you look at it, they're losing money on both sides of the coin.
Yeah,
right?
you're not making money and you're spending money.
So it's a challenge, and we're working on it. I mean, looking for the sponsors and whatnot to help us, and this way we can produce better teams out there.
Absolutely. Sponsorship is indeed key for us for the development of the sport worldwide. And obviously, every little bit helps. And we've had lucky enough to have some sponsors for this tournament. And even moving forwards, I think that will help ease the burden for Masters cricket a little bit.
Who would believe an idea of having a World Cup of over 50s would generate so much interest across the globe?
Absolutely, and you were there for the one in Cape Town. Did you go to the one in Australia as well, David?
Yes, I was there for that one also.
The first one, yeah. I came with India over 50 to Cape Town. I missed the Australia one, even though it was a brief experience thanks to COVID. That was such a fantastic experience thanks to Sterling, Jim, and Roger. That we came back here and said, why can't we start this thing in the U.S.? And that's how we got the ball rolling here. But I think that probably for most cricketers, veteran cricketers, I think is probably a pilgrimage of a lifetime, getting and playing in that World Cup, rubbing shoulders with some of the celebrities. If you remember, I think we had the chance to play the South Africa team, and 7 of those players had indeed played for South Africa on that team. So, that was such a fantastic experience.
Yeah. Well, we played the Sri Lanka team, and there were a couple of players who played with the national team. And unfortunately, it was cut short when we were playing against the West Indies. So,
and that part I never understood, though, David. You had the game started and they stopped it in the middle of the game. They could have at least let us finish that game before we got home, didn't we?
well, I mean, when they called it off, you got insurance issues and stuff like that when the game's called, right? So these are the things we had to contend with.
Understand.
So, but it was also for us. It was a challenge to get out of South Africa.
It was, for everybody.
Right.
And I understand, some of the Sri Lankan players, I think 2 or 3 of them were stuck there for 6 months because they wanted to stay back and enjoy the trip, and they couldn't get out in time, and then they couldn't get out. So, COVID has been, obviously a big challenge, and we've made sure that all our players who are playing here and all the officials have been fully vaccinated for COVID. And life goes on.
Yeah. And the tournament in Australia was quite enjoyable for everyone. Getting there, what Sterling, Jim, and Roger put out there, it just put the interest in everyone. South Africa was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. We were just getting into it, when everything, just shut down on us. So. I mean, we're looking to head back there.
Yeah, in March. I mean,
Right.
March of next year. And the over 60s,
They're heading to
I've-
Australia.
heading to Australia in September. I mean, I'm sure most of these guys are really looking forward to it because, at least for Team USA, this is the first international tournament that this over 60s are playing. I think it's the same for
thing
you
for
guys,
us.
right? So hopefully, if they get to Canada, I mean, if they get to Australia. That I think will be an experience for most of these people of a lifetime, and really good luck to your teams. And these teams, I mean, your team looks real good. Obviously with these two gentlemen, Mukesh and Rohan, being part of the team, and Farouk,
There's another one, and there are a few other guys who just couldn't make it for work or whatever reason.
Yep.
So when we get back, we're looking to we have a league. Well, we won't be for the over 60s, but it will include them, and we also plan to have some trials to include the guys from the outer province. So we're looking to further strengthen our team to give you some more headache.
Now, always healthy competition, David. That's what makes us better, right?
So yes, all the boys are enjoying the tournament here.
I really appreciate it.
We enjoy it. I mean, at the end of the day, we get back to the hotel, and I would like to describe some of the things on air here for people to. But it's fun back at the hotel because when we get back to the hotel, we don't see Canada versus USA, Canada versus West Indies. It's just a whole bunch of guys back in their teenage years
That's right,
enjoying
I mean,
themselves.
The lobby is, party central there. Again, I mean, they're making this game look ridiculously easy. Trust me. I mean, we played on this pitch.
Yeah,
It's not that easy.
it's a different track when they start batting on it.
True. This is Chetan. He's a right-arm leg spinner. He actually played in the initial over 50 competition we had here. And he's also from the Bay Area, San Francisco. Decent right-arm leg spinner.
You guys got year-round tournaments happening here, from what I heard.
That I think pitched outside the leg stump. I mean, this angle doesn't give us a good look
Yeah,
into
but
the LBW, but just I'm guessing on the replay that you'll see it probably pitched outside the leg stump. Beautiful shot to deep mid wicket. And 2 runs actually.
Rohan moves on to 49. Mukesh is on 38. The score is 91 for 3. As Canada continues on.
Yeah. No, that's the second full toss in a row. They have a deep mid wicket, so just 1 run.
Rohan, that's 50 for Rohan. Another half century in this tournament.
He's still on 48, I think. Yeah. Or did he get to 50? Or maybe the score.
Yes, back to
Oh,
let's see why he updated.
I think the scoreboard is not updated on our end yet. So,
Behind on that.
yeah. So well made 50 for Rohan. He probably is. Is he the highest scorer on this tournament so far? Because he got a 90.
It's between him and Roy Singh. I think Roy got 97.
And when they scored that 252, yeah?
Yeah. And one got 96 or 94 or 96 in the game against the West Indies team.
Yep. That was a great game, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, 200. They scored 252 and you chased it down. I mean, 252 runs is a lot of runs for over 60. And they chased it down.
The game of the tournament so far was the game that the US team won against the Canada.
That's right. I mean, I was here. I was, witness to that game, and that was fantastic. And I was kind of mentioning on air before that, the passions that sport gets arouses in people, whether you're 12 or 65. I think that is such an addiction to some people, and I don't think you get it in any other field. The highs of winning, the lows of losing, and it's an intoxication, and all of us love it, and that's the reason we're here.
The unfortunate thing with the Canada over 50 teams, one time we got here, we got carrying a bunch of injuries.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll continue to work and try to get players fit. But it has been a long tournament.
Oh, it has. I mean, I think the key. There was a debate, David. Obviously, right? I mean, do you have to have off days between that? Why can't you have a shorter version of the tournament? But I think our contention is, like we said, right? Playing cricket is one thing. Off the field activities is some other things. Where that's where you build your friendships. That's where you build your camaraderie. And I think and obviously helps us recover a little bit between games. So and the downside obviously is you have to take more time off and more time off work, more expenses for hotel and your food. But some balance is something we'll continue to work on. Under the beautiful shot of the back foot by Mukesh. I don't think either of these players have given a chance yet in this innings. A chanceless innings so far.
No, they haven't.
Canada inching to their 100, 96 for 3, 21.2 overs, very well poised. So you are probably looking at a score of at least 225, if not more, from here, David.
Well, I like them more in that statement.
Yeah, I'm hoping for 2 more wickets in the next couple of overs. It doesn't look like it's happening, though, the way these guys are playing.
That would probably be if I was batting. You probably have a chance. But these guys, it's a total different track when they get on there.
Yeah.
It's like, night and day.
Absolutely.
Rohan has played all the games except for one.
That's right. And even that he wanted to play.
Wanted to play. I had to ask him to
sit down. And he came and he was complaining to me.
Yeah.
They're asking me to sit out again. Can you believe it?
Aye. Can't be. As you say, he's the Iron Man. No, he's saying. And I'm asking, I said, if you win this tournament today, would you sit out tomorrow? He said, no way. I got to play tomorrow also. So it's good having him on the team. He brings a lot of experience to the team also.
And like I said, he's a good guy. I love his company. I mean, I've known him for about a year right now. Fantastic guy. bad ball there by Chetan down the leg side, and that should, that's 99 for 3. So a little ragged here by the US bowlers. Actually, that brings up the 100. 100 for 3 in 22.5 overs. A little ragged with their lines, and obviously, this has been a long partnership. 95-run partnership here. Look at that shot. Isn't that sweet? Down the wicket, fantastic footwork. A textbook depiction of how to play spin bowling.
Great recovery by the captain, Mukesh and Rohan. Excellent batting.
A wide ball down the leg side, and I think that'll get them 5 runs. So it's bonus 5 runs. Bad bowling by David.
Canadian team slowly making its way
Wow,
into a strong position.
I think they already made their way to a very strong position. Was that off the bat?
He signaled wide, so.
Yeah, he signaled wide. I thought it got a little bit of bat on the replay, but maybe not. When are you guys headed back, David?
Some of the guys are headed back Saturdays. A couple of them are heading back on Sunday.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I came here driving.
I don't know how you did that. Now, how long is the drive?
It's really about 24 hours to get here, but it took us about 30 hours because we had to stop and
there's no way in hell I'm going to do that. 30 hours of driving?
There are some things you got to do so you can encourage people to come down here and play.
That is a fantastic ball there by David. I think that was the arm ball. And the Iron Man is bowled. That is the breakthrough that Team USA has been looking for. That was a 102-run partnership. A fantastic effort. And I think it was the arm ball. On this wicket, the ball doesn't turn. And when you play for the turn, I think he did. He was playing for the turn, and a little bit of gap between bat and pad, the ball went straight through. A fantastic innings by Rohan comes to an end. Although, if I was playing on his team, I would want him to, go on forever because he's such a fantastic batsman. I must selfishly admit that I am a little happy right now.
Anyway, the new batsman is for Camaraderie.
He's another great batsman for you guys. Has been scoring consistently. And this will be the breakthrough that Team USA will be looking for. And if they get one in the next 10-15 runs, I think then the scale tilts a little bit towards the US again. But I think you're still good. 107 for 4 with Farooq Kirmani coming into bat. And Mukesh very well settled on 44 of 68 balls. You can see the joy on David Martle's face and actions there. He is thrilled. Deservedly so. Getting Rohan out is not easy. You have to be lucky, you have to be good, and you have to be consistent.
Yeah, he just played a little bit gap between the bat and pad for David to sneak through there. I guess it's a little bit of tiredness showing there also.
If you say so, I'm pretty sure he will not admit it. Farooq Kirbani. That might have been pretty close, but perhaps hit him outside the line of the off stump. A very enthusiastic appeal by the wicketkeeper. You should have a better view on the replay if you get one. He's taken a leg stump guard, so he's through. Ooh, that would have been touch and go, I think. Yeah, maybe just outside the line of the off stump, perhaps.
Let's see. Umpire's called me.
Agreed. But I guess close enough for Kirith to get excited. But obviously, right? I think it's rightfully given the umpire giving the benefit of doubt.
I'm gonna ask you something. Which bowler doesn't get excited when the ball hit the pad?
True. Yeah, just on the off stump or outside the line of the off stump, perhaps. Anyway, Farooq survives. Well bowled by David again. Good over by David so far. That's a bad ball. A wide ball outside the off stump. So that is the key when a new batsman comes into bat, right? You do not give him those freebies where the batsman gets to watch the ball go to the keeper without any risk. You would want him to play every single ball. And that's something you do very well, David. I mean, even in yesterday's game, right? I mean, it's so impressive. You make the batsman play every single ball. You got Fuzzle out, first ball bowled yesterday with the same thing, right? You attack the block hole, make them play front on the stumps. No freebies to the batsman.
Well, I tried not to give them any freebies, but it's like you look at where the batsman is standing, you look at where they're playing from, and then you try attacking. On this wicket here, you had to bowl stump to stump.
No question about it. Yeah, I realized that when I was LBW2U in Canada. The ball just pitched and just cut in a little of the seam, and you bowl what I kind of call a heavy ball, right? It skids through, and I won't call you deceptively quick, but you are nippy. I mean, of the pitch, the ball speeds up, at our age, sometimes takes a little bit of time to get adjusted to that. Team USA has gotten their opening bowler back, Dashrath Sankhe. It'll be interesting to see how he bowls with the old ball. With the new ball, he did get quite a bit of movement in the first couple of overs. But let's see how he performs with the older ball.
I saw him in your zonal tournament you had, and he was very, very impressive. I know he's carrying an injury into this game, so it's hampering him a bit. But like I said, he's a very, very impressive bowler with the new ball.
Yep. Good first ball, attacking the stumps. Very well played by Farouk to deep cover for a single. Not much movement in the ball for Dashrath Sankhe right now. Ball's coming through pretty nicely, and I think the pitch dried up a little bit too. It's not keeping as low as it did in the initial half an hour of play.
Farouk Kirmani is the national coach of the under 19 team,
Really, I did not know that.
and he is one of the fittest person I know.
Excellent. I mean, that is one of the things, right? I mean, getting back into playing a sport, and once you realize, you have to get fitter to compete, leads to some healthier living, a healthier lifestyle, right? Better eating, more exercise, watching, what you can or cannot eat, and I think it's all a very healthy thing, both mentally and physically, for people our age. Thank you very much, David, for helping me out here in the commentary box. It was kind of getting a little lonely for me. But again, like I said before, really appreciate all your help, your guidance, and hopefully we are friends for a lifetime.
Well, I'd like to thank you guys for having us here. As you said, friends for a lifetime. Okay, and as friends, we will continue to promote seniors cricket, and all the best with all upcoming endeavors for the USA and USA Masters cricket.
And Canada, likewise. The feeling is mutual. Thank you very much, David.
You're welcome.
$115 for 4 after 25 overs. Again, the Canada team doing very well, recovering from 3 wickets down for 5 runs to 127 for 4. Thanks mainly to Rohan and Mukesh. Mukesh just got his 50. Rohan, unfortunately, was bowled after a very well made 50. And Canada seems to have recovered very well from the start. 127 of 27 overs for 4 wickets down. I have with me in the commentary box Rohan Jayasekara, a fantastic cricketer, more importantly, a gentleman and a true friend. He needs no introduction. He's played Test cricket for Sri Lanka. Welcome, Rohan, and thank you for having this chat with me.
Thank you, Parag, for the nice compliments. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, I think you put the game capsule together really well. We had to kind of consolidate on the wicket. There was a little bit of dampness in the morning, and the ball was keeping a little low. And obviously, with the new ball, there's the opening bowler was getting a bit of swing. However, that being said, I think we could have batted a little better and applied ourselves a little better. So we're trying to recover now, and it looks like I think a reasonable score on this track would be in excess of 250. The US has some pretty good batting to come as well.
So you think you can get to 250, Rohan? 129 in 27 overs. So we are looking at what? 18 overs.
Yeah, I think about 6-7 runs an over, and we should be getting close to that, right?
Yeah.
It's not impossible on this ground. You put it in the gap, and it's generally going to reach the boundary.
Oh yeah, I mean the outfield is fantastic. The
outfield is
pitch,
excellent.
though, I mean it's a little different. I was talking to David earlier, right? I mean, you played obviously international cricket on different pitches, and this is not a true grass wicket. It's what they tell me more of a Jamaican style pitch. But again, I mean, it's not a typical Jamaican style pitch either, because from what I've seen, I've not been to Jamaica or played in Jamaica, but on television, the ball bounces a lot more.
Yeah, the wickets in Jamaica are similar, you're right. However, because they are very, very hard underneath, the Jamaican quick bowlers and all can get the ball to bounce more than it would in places like Guyana, where the ball would skid through rather than grip on the track and come up. But yeah, it's an unusual wicket to say the least. Certainly in North America, where we get a lot of grass, rain and things like that, we would assume that there'll be more grass on the track. But having said that, I think at some point in time they'll have to relay these tracks, because there isn't any grass on any of the other tracks either.
Yeah, the square. I think they are in the process of building it. Again, the gentleman who owns this facility, Saki Mohammed, we lovingly call him Saki Bhai, has been very generous with everything here. The setup that you can see in the commentary box here, although we both are amateurs at it. Actually, you're not, right? Do you comment on any of the Sri Lankan games? I mean, the Canadian games?
Well, if I'm playing, it's I'd love to do it. Unfortunately, I stay away from it because you want to concentrate on the game particularly. So I think that there is a possibility in the future maybe of doing some commentaries and talking about cricket and etc. I have to say that the US Cricket Association, led by Parag, has been pretty amazing in putting together this event. All the venues have been fantastic. The hospitality has been amazing. We've enjoyed every minute of it. Our Canadian over 50s have not had the most best of fortunes on the field, However, that is no slight on any of the organization that has been put together by Parag and his crowd. So I hope that people who are watching are even getting to watch even the television coverage is pretty excellent. So there's a tough chance that was put down at deep mid wicket. The fielder got to it. Unfortunately, couldn't hang on to it. It would have been a very good catch had he taken that. So Mukesh was a little fortunate there, but these are all over 60 players, and their skills have kind of deteriorated over the years. So that was a very good attempt under those circumstances.
Sorry about that, Ron. I had to just get a call.
I had to inform the viewers about your contribution to this tournament and to US cricket. So you didn't hear it, so I'm sure when you listen back again, they'll all come back and say thank you, Parag.
Truly appreciate it, Ron. This has been a fantastic journey. I was talking to David earlier on the air, and what you guys have done, both in terms of advice, counsel, and help, has been enormous, because this, is our first attempt, and we have not done much of this, of Masters cricket, and obviously this is our first international tournament, and we were discussing that, obviously we all make mistakes. The key thing is learning from our mistakes, and as people in this area, the West Indies, Canada, in USA, we do have to understand that we have to work in collaboration to make each other better.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that we've made huge strides, great progress in our overall goal to keep seniors cricket alive in North America. And obviously it started back in Sydney, and from then on end, USA is now involved, and Canada being so close by, we can have regular tournaments without much ado, in most cases driving distances apart. So yeah, we look forward to it, although the US team, I think from the last triangular, has improved beyond means. I think they are just you have put together some great talent in this last year since August, I think, when you all played in Canada. So you great job. And I made a prediction, which I'm not going to make on the air now, between Parag and I, as to where US cricket will go in the next little while. So fantastic job, guys.
Thank you very much, Rohan. And you just saw a 63-year-old gentleman right there make a full-length drive to save one single. That's Janak Patel of his own bowling, driving full length to his right to stop that ball. Truly appreciate it, Rohan. And one of the things we're also talking about is, in over 50s and over 60s cricket, because it is self-funded, because it takes so much time, the home teams have a very significant advantage, because typically visiting teams do not come at their full strength because of either financial issues, travel issues, whatever else. It's definitely a huge advantage for the local team, because more often than not, they are able to get most, if not all, of their talent to play. So that does give us a little bit of an advantage as a home team.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but still, all tournaments are not home, so there are times when we have to, in some cases, not be able to put your full team out and still be able to come out and play. So, as you say, self-funded, and if we have 3-4 tours as per se, I mean, each of them could run a significant amount of money. And for people who might be still working, and that might be a little difficult. So, as you rightly pointed out, right now you guys have got probably a very, very strong team, being that you're a home.
And again, I mean, one of the things is Masters cricket is not a great business proposition. You lose on both ends. You are spending money to play, and you're not making any money while you're doing that. So it is.
Yeah,
tough.
the only thing we get from it is the enjoyment, either from the administrative point of view, or the playing point of view. Dr. P here, as I call Parag, I think he's got his birth certificate mismatched with somebody else's. I don't think he's over 50, but because if you watch him run on the field, he puts a lot of 20-year-olds to shame.
Thank you, Rohan. We really would like to thank our sponsors who have helped out immensely for this tournament. Intero, Polar IT Services, Biz Analytica, KidSmart, Sysintelli, Smart Choice, Digital Heat, Waco, Ultimate Vineyards, Moosa Cricket, USA Cricket, Sion Digital. Truly appreciate that help. We'll take a quick break for drinks and we'll be back. That is a beautiful shot by Farooq. 4 runs to square leg. Chetan again is a little having a little bit of a problem with his line. That ball was on the leg stump. A beautiful sweep shot for 4 runs.
In any event, if you bowl to Farooq in that area, you're asking for trouble because he's very, very strong on the leg side. When Farooq and I have played together and against each other for in excess of 40 years, and we used to particularly set fields for Farooq with 6 fielders on the leg side and 3 on the off because he's so strong on the leg side. Farooq's a former Canadian captain who's played a lot of good cricket in his time, and an incredibly fit individual who can run singles and speed. His speed between the wickets and stuff is quite incredible for his age. So a true fitness person, and he's also the coach of Cricket Canada's junior program. Spends a lot of time with the kids in the gym and coaching and lending his experience to them. So a good guy who's been around cricket for a long time.
Beautiful shot to deep mid wicket. Again, the key here, people in veterans cricket, right? It's not about big shots. A lot of it is actually about fitness and running between the wickets. You play the game safe like these two gentlemen have been doing, and get to the other end and keep the score ticking.
Additionally, if you keep a over 60-year-old player on the field for 45 overs, there's going to be some tired legs and hands out there. So the whole idea is to, if you bat first, to keep the fielding side on the field for 45 overs. That will definitely have an impact on how when they come out to bat.
Yeah, good strategy. Now, let me ask you, obviously, Team USA won the toss. A beautiful piece of fielding by Joe Buffon. He might have actually rolled an ankle, stepped on the ball, but saved 2 runs there. And actually, Mukesh ran 3. How about that? Mukesh and Farooq, excellent running between the wickets.
They actually ran 4.
Oh, that was Farooq who hit.
Yeah. Yes.
Running 4.
Remember what I told you? You don't bowl anything in that area to Farooq. He's going to kill you.
Yeah. It would be nice if you mentioned this, Rohan, before the drinks interval so I could tell my team.
Well, they should have figured it out by watching him bat, because his bat comes across his body most of the time, and anything in that area is trouble for the bowling side or the fielding side.
No, amazing. They got to run 4 runs and they're still standing. There you go.
That being said, Farooq has scored a lot of runs for Canada in his time. I've seen Farooq score some great hundreds against some really good quick bowling against international competition. So Farooq's a very underestimated great player in Canada. I shouldn't say underestimated. He's very, very estimated, but he's been a great player. Funnily enough, I was looking at some stats from 1985 and 86 and 87, and there's 4 players who are in the same top batting category every single year. Farooq, Paul and Martin Prashad. Sadly, Martin Prashad, also a former Canadian captain, is not with us anymore. He passed away several years ago, and myself, who've been around with in the runs for playing in the Premier Division in Ontario for a long time, and it's the same 4 people in the top 4, which is funny. We go back and look at it. I wish I can get Paul to come out and play over 50s. That'll make it 3 out of the 4 who's long-time contributors to cricket in Ontario.
That is indeed fantastic. So, like I was getting to, so your game plan, what would you have team done if you won the toss?
Well, I think that having watched yesterday's game, where a few balls were rolling along the ground, we might have possibly bowled. There were some balls that didn't come off the wicket that much. But I think, in all fairness, this is a pretty good batting track, and you put 250 runs on the board. That's a pretty imposing total.
Yeah. I mean, finals, usually pressure games, batting first, and if you can get and post a decent score, I think.
And yesterday, there was a lot of, one of your players was batting in spikes. I think the boy who came number 3, I can't remember his name, but so every time he stepped out to drive, he was digging up the pitch. But this morning, when we went out there, all those marks were covered up. So I'm not really sure what the groundspeople did. Maybe they put some water on it with some of this clay that they use, and patched it up. And even where you mark your guard, it was perfectly clear, as though there was no game there yesterday. So whatever they do, they seem to be able to fix it up real quick. So I figured there's been some water put on the wicket. And talking about water and wickets, I think I mentioned this to Prague. That's something that the Prairie View facility needs to stop doing, is water the wickets after the day's play, if they're going to use that same wicket again the next day, because the team and the team who wins the toss has a huge advantage, and it really takes away some intrigue about the toss. There's really none if you're playing at Prairie View.
No, completely agree. I think the Prairie View definite advantage to the team that is batting second, with the water, them watering the pitch every evening. There's some dampness, and even this one, I have seen the groundsmen. So basically, what they do is at the end of the day, they water the pitch a little bit. Probably add a little bit of clay, and then they roll it. So that dampness in those patches that they're covering, I think, is what leads to the first 4 or 5 overs where the ball, is tough. But right now, it's playing great.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing about this Houston area, which is interesting, is it seems to always have a lot of breeze. And I'm not sure what the reason is, but every ground that we played on, there's been a pretty stiff breeze coming at you. So that also works, in different ways for the game. That also helps with drying up the wicket very quickly after the groundsman's watering efforts the night before. So today, I think there isn't much breeze, which is nice. So, and I must say that all these facilities, the outfields are tremendous. You really don't have to run if you hit it on the ground, which is really nice.
Well, I'm sure. And the way you were timing the ball and the way Mukesh is timing the ball, it was indeed a treat for us to watch. Mukesh is on 59 of 87. Farooq quickly gets to 28 of 33, 152 for 4. And Canada is primed for the onslaught. Did you say 250, Roy?
Well, I'd say 250, 260 is a target we should be going after, which is another 100 runs in 13, 14 overs, which is very doable, I think, on this field. And as the US team gets a little tired fielding in the sun, there might be some opportunities for more singles and twos. So I think 250 to 260 is a pretty good score.
Yeah. My hope is that these two gentlemen who are batting get tired quickly in the same heat, and hopefully play a loose shot, get out, and then US manages to get you guys around 200, 210. Then we have a good game. 250, I think, becomes a tall task for any team chasing down, but you guys did that against West Indies just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, but I think that particular outfield on the Prairie View right side ground is probably twice as quick as this one. You don't really need to hit the ball there. You just only have to place it in the gap. And that wicket was a nicer batting track, I think, than this one.
I mean, that is indeed the key, right? I mean, for most of us, who play cricket in the United States, we play on AstroTurf, on baseball fields, right? So you play cricket like this, you'll get 10 runs, if at all. So you get into these bad habits of hitting the ball in the air. You're basically playing baseball cricket, because if you hit the cover drives that you did today, the ball will probably stop at short cover.
Yeah, and for us, coming from our background of playing on very high quality cricket grounds in Sri Lanka, this is what we love, to be able to play on tracks, whether you go to England or Australia or Sri Lanka, places like that, Pakistan, where you put the ball on the ground. And generally India, you play at Chepauk Stadium, which I don't know what it's called now, it's a different name. You put it 1 foot off the field and you might as well just stand.
Sure. I mean, that again, cricket
makes it so much more fun.
Cricket has changed. It's evolved over the years, but that's my pet peeve of cricket in the United States. If you play proper cricket, again, in my terms, what proper cricket is, what
Good-
you guys
good
showed today.
outfields, yeah.
But unfortunately, we do not have, and that I'm pretty sure in Canada too, is our biggest shortcoming. And I'm not sure people, from around the world do realize, right? I mean, people in England, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa are privileged because every one of those grounds are proper cricketing grounds, and they say, oh, what's the big deal, right? I mean, we have grounds everywhere. In the United States, it's a rarity. So we have probably about 6 grounds or 7 grounds in the total of United States that are like this.
Yeah, you're correct, and I think it's exactly the same situation in Canada. Even our grounds that we played the Tri-Nations tournament on, there's a lot of challenges to get the groundspeople to cut the grass lower, because they've in fact told us that the machines can't cut it any lower, which is hard to understand, but that's the challenge that we face. And I think there were many games where there was only about 2 or 3 boundaries hit, which is not cricket, right?
Absolutely not. I love the way Mukesh plays spin bowling, right? I mean, it's a textbook style of playing cricket. So if the ball is flighted, he gets to the pitch of ball. Great footwork, drives the ball, no element of risk, especially on a wicket like this, where there's no turn.
Yeah, Mukesh is a particularly strong front foot player. So, and you're right, Parag, he uses his feet extremely well to get to the pitch of the ball, and he likes to drive the ball down the ground. So yeah, it's a wonderful observation.
Great battle. I mean, Janak likes to give the ball plenty of air and tries to buy his wicket, but Mukesh and Farooq are smart enough. They're coming down the wicket, hitting it along the ground, getting their singles. I would say 33.4 overs. So if they can carry on like this for another 3 or 4 overs at about 5-6 runs an over, and then they have plenty of wickets in hand to unleash at the end to get to your preferred target of 250.
Yeah, I mean, 10 overs at 8 and over, which is not impossible on this ground, would get us to 80 more runs, which could be in line with reaching 250.
A beautiful piece of fielding there, a very well hit shot to short mid wicket, and a fantastic piece of fielding there.
Yeah, I think your boys have fielded very well today. There's been maybe we didn't put a lot of pressure on the outfield by running really hard, because all of us are kind of having a little bit of niggles here and there. But with due respect, you folks have fielded very well today.
Now they're pumped up. Obviously, this is their first finals in a long time, I guess, and they're playing, yes, it is over 60 cricket, but the pride of playing for your country really seeps through. The aches and pains that you're talking about, I'm pretty sure everybody will feel it when they get off the field, but when they're on the field, they're really not thinking about that.
Yeah.
Another beautiful piece of batting there.
And Farooq's another person who likes to use his feet.
And I mean, for most of the younger folk who play cricket nowadays, where you put one foot down the pitch and swing your bat through, this is an exhibition of some exemplary batting against spin.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't grow up in the era. We obviously we missed the T20 type cricket. The younger players today are very capable of hitting across the line and picking up balls, where for us it's using your feet and playing technically correct shots. So luckily we are not playing T20, fortunately. So it helps when we have a 45-over game and can play like this, and go after a target of 250, as I suggested earlier.
I mean, I may actually submit that T20 cricket should be a different sport. It is cricket still. It's played with a bat and ball. It's played with the same rules. But I think it is a completely different sport. The way you bowl, the way you bat, the technique that is involved. I think it should be categorized not as cricket but something else. I don't know what you'd call it, but
the shots they play and the balls they bowl, right?
It's completely different. I mean,
I couldn't agree with you more. It's a completely different art as well, which we are not aware of.
No, we're not. And I mean, obviously, IPL is going on right now, and many other leagues, and T20 World Cup. I mean, the shots they play. I mean, obviously, you need incredible bat speed, hand-eye coordination, and it helps to be young to play those kind of shots, obviously, because those guys are bowling at 140 and some at 150, and the kind of shots they are playing are incredible. But one of the things you would notice in that kind of cricket is the careers of those people are not really long, because again, like I said, that coordination, that bat speed, you lose it pretty quick, and they have nothing to back their cricket up because the technique is lacking. So for somebody who's going through a lean spell in this kind of cricket, you have your technique to back you up, even if you play a longer innings, but when it's hand-eye coordination, if you lose that just by a little bit, you're pretty much done there.
And that's apparent in many of the players who play T20 and try to play Test cricket. There's a couple of people that come to mind, like Jason Roy, who's a good T20 player, but in Test cricket doesn't seem to be able to succeed. So that I can understand someone like that. Why can't he go and play the same shots in Test cricket if he can do it in T20? So. But it seems like they're, as you pointed out, it's a different game. Not even cricket, maybe.
And I mean, the red ball is a huge difference, right? The difference between a red ball and a white ball is night and day. And that's where I think most of these people struggle in Test cricket, because they are playing with the red ball. Red ball does a lot more for a lot longer, has a much better seam, which does off the air and off the seam too. Now, one of the things that's, I'm sure you've noticed, that is peculiar about over 50s cricket here is we play with the pink ball. So a lot of us ask question, why the pink ball? Is that something that's a fanciful thing too? I've obviously spoken to Sterling and Jim and Roger when they came up with the idea of the pink ball, and there's actually some thought and some reason behind it. So for people who play with side screens all around the world, there are some black side screens and there are some white side screens. So if you play with the red ball, you cannot use a black side screen. And if you play with a white ball, you cannot use the white side screen. So for the lack of hassle of trying to change the side screens, they said, let's play with the pink ball. You can play with both black and white side screens. So that's where the concept of pink ball came from. But one of the things, obviously pink balls are a little different than white balls. And one of the things you might need to submit to the World Over 50s Committee is, if they have an opportunity where they have black side screens like they have here, we should be able to use white balls if possible, because I think the white ball holds up a little bit better.
Yes, I agree with you on the white ball holding up a bit better, but the white ball in the daytime I find is hard to pick up against the sky. The pink ball is easier to be picked up against the skyline. Yeah, there's some advantages to staying with the white ball, but then again, the pink ball is also easier to be picked up against the
Yeah.
skyline.
No,
So-
no question about it. I think the pink ball is easier to sight both when you're batting and when you're fielding. The only challenge that we all have is I'm not so sure they make quality pink balls in that much of a production as they do white and red balls. And we had a big challenge. That's a beautiful shot by Mukesh again. A short ball dragged down, hit to deep mid wicket nonchalantly. Um, I'm not so sure in this innings of 70, the ball has hit the edge of Mukesh's bat even once.
Yeah, and I was chatting with Mukesh when we were batting and suggesting to him not to play the pull shot with the square bat, but to play it with a straighter bat and play it through mid wicket. Obviously, he must have maybe taken my advice a little bit, and he's picking that spot, which is actually a safe shot to play on this track, because a couple of balls do keep low, and if you're playing with a cross bat shot trying to line it to square leg and it keeps a little low, you might be in trouble.
I can't agree with you more. The last zonal tournament here, I got up the same way. I quickly realized you have to, even if you're playing a pull shot, you have to play it with a straight bat. You cannot flatten your bat out on these wickets. And that is very sound advice. The challenge, though, I mean, obviously, you and Mukesh have played a very high level, right? The challenge, though, for most people is they are not able to adapt quickly to that. But Mukesh here has done a fantastic job of adapting to that on your advice, and it is showing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for us who grew up especially playing in Sri Lanka and places like that, we prefer to play the pull shots through mid wicket rather than to square leg. Number of reasons. We have the ball keeps a little lower than certain places in the world, and also the spinners who bowl at us generally get turned on those tracks. So playing with a squared bat is not something that we grow up doing or did in our time.
Yeah, that's again one of those astroturf adaptations that we have to make to play cricket, because the ball comes up so high on astroturf that you really can't play with the straight bat. You have to cross your bat to play the pull shot, and obviously on these wickets, it keeps a little low, and you have to play it with the straight bat. 175 for 4 in 36.1 overs. Farooq is looking splendid. Look at that shot. Through deep mid wicket for 4 runs. Came down the wicket, picked it up, timed it to perfection, and Joe Buffon at deep mid wicket had no chance.
Yeah, again, Farooq will pick you through the leg side on a regular basis. If you don't, I mean, very little you can do for someone as good as him who can come down the track and pick it through mid wicket. On a big ground like this, you can have a lot of fielders positioned in that area. So that's Farooq's bread and butter.
Like you rightly said, I think that is probably a better line to bowl to Farooq.
Yeah.
A foot outside the off stump and make him hit it through the covers and the offside region as of anything bowling. But the challenge here for the bowlers is they are only going to get wickets if they bowl on the stumps here. And Farooq is picking them apart when they're bowling on the stumps because he's moving down the wicket and timing the ball. So a little bit of a dilemma for the bowlers.
Well, Farooq's strengths on the offside is typically behind square, because you'll notice he'll always look, if he can't reach the ball, he'll always look to nudge it behind square. Rarely will you see him drive it through extra cover. He'll play it down to mid off, mid on, and everywhere else on the leg side otherwise.
Yeah. Off drive again, very good use of the feet, easy single. Looks like you're well on your way to your 250. 8 overs left and you need 70 runs. very doable to get to 250. Janak has been rather expensive today. Has given 40 runs of 6 overs.
Yeah, Janak's, you have to watch to see if you can pick up any ball that he drops a little short, because there is not much pace on his bowling, and somehow or the other, looking out for that is an advantage. And he doesn't spin the ball. However, when David bowled, he bowls similar to Janak, but he pushes the ball a little quicker, and he keeps it on a very good line and doesn't bowl short. Or he didn't bowl short at all today in the 9 overs that he bowled. It was excellent spell.
Again, a beautiful shot by Mukesh to deep mid wicket.
The Canadian team is picking up 8 runs and over. That is a projection that we wanted to, or the target that we wanted to go after, 8 runs and over. So hopefully we seem like we are well on the way there. That's a beautiful shot from Mukesh down the track to straight past the bowler for 4 runs. It's a very safe shot you can play on this ground. Gets him another boundary.
that was just the wicket Team USA needed of Farooq. So hopefully this should be able to put some brakes on this onslaught by the Canadian team. A new batsman always takes a few balls to get his eye in, and I would think that US should try to restrict Canada to anywhere between 225 to 230 runs, and that will only happen if they can get Mukesh out. Mukesh is 19 runs short of his 100.
Yeah, the Farouk's wicket was a crucial one, I think, for the US team. They were going at 7-8 runs and over, which was fantastic. And Farouk's a very good runner between the wickets, as I said before. The new batsman is Alan D'Souza. It's also a fairly athletic, over 60-year-old. So
And a fantastic poker player, I might add. He was sitting on our poker table last night, so we had a poker tournament as a part of this competition last night. Very fun time, and very fine gentleman. And I think he ended up coming in third in the tournament last night.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, he's my roommate, so he told me that.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of getting him out of the tournament, sir. I'll take that. But yes, I mean, we had so a couple of other things that we do off the field during this tournament. We had a karaoke night that was pretty fun, where we had some Caribbean music, some Sri Lankan music, obviously Hindi music, and some English music played. Some fantastic talent that we have discovered. So 6 overs left. You figure 50 runs, Rohan?
Yeah, that should be the target. Alan's a good striker of the ball. Again, very strong square of the wicket. He's not a typical front foot driving batsman, but he's very strong square of the wickets on both sides. He's already played a few square drives on the off, and anything a little bit short on the leg side, he is very quick to pounce on, and that's his strength. So hopefully the US bowlers will not bowl down that line to him.
Yeah, no, Canada team is very well set up here. Yeah, coming back to the off-field activities we had in this tournament, we had a karaoke night, like I mentioned. We had a poker night yesterday, and that is typically the time where most of these teams interact. When you're on the cricket field, you're on the opposite dressing rooms, you play cricket, you go home. But I think everybody's staying at that one hotel, like we talked about, in the lobby, meeting each other during breakfast and having some drinks after the game, and these poker competitions and the karaoke. I think, we've made some new friends, which is truly what Masters cricket is all about. Play hard during the game and then make new friends off the field. We have Dashrath Shanke coming back into the attack. He's got 2 overs left. He's got 2 wickets for 20 runs of 7.1.
Yeah, he's bowled quite well. Unfortunately, I think he is bowling with a small injury. In the first game, he had already got 1 wicket when he pulled up. So under the circumstances, I think he's done really well. 2 for 21 in 7.2 overs is pretty good on a track like this.
Absolutely. I mean, he's bowling with a torn hamstring. Mukesh, 15 runs short of his 100. This is another pet peeve of mine, Rohan, in terms of people and milestones in cricket. Cricket obviously maintains records for years on, And personal landmarks and milestones is what I'm talking about. Now Mukesh is on 85. Now he's got 5 overs left. Obviously, when you get closer to 100, right? A lot of people kind of give the batsman leeway, saying that, you know what, he should take his time and get his 100. But in this situation, do you play for your 100 or do you play for your team?
Absolutely for the team. I've never played for hundreds in my whole life. Got out many times, many times, trying to push the run rate rather than playing for individual score. And I hope that everyone plays that way, because at the end it's the team that matters. If it's a nothing situation where you're behind the run rate and etc., that might be different. But even so, I think that when we play games and when we are batting and chasing a target, our main focus has to be on trying to win the game and not on personal statistics and personal accomplishments.
So being the devil's advocate here, right? Why do we have records for 50s and 100s? So all cricket records, if we are true to, we can have a beautiful shot there by Allen. Like you said, bowling shot, a pull shot to a deep square leg, good fielding by Chetan. They come across for 2 runs. So what I might actually submit is, in the cricketing record books, there should be total number of runs, total number of wickets. Why do we give so much importance when we keep records? Oh, he's got so many 50s, he's got so many 100s, so many double 100s. Doesn't that create a little bit of, what we are talking about is personal landmark selfishness?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like any other sport, whether it's baseball where you're trying to, hit 300 or whatever while batting, or you're a pitcher and you want your ERA to be under 2 or something like that. Why 2 and not 5, and why 300 and not 250, etc. So I guess just like all other sports, statistics have come into play, and I think that baseball, for example, is a statistics monster. They got statistics for every darn thing. So I think that might be the reason why 100 is a big thing. Why not 90 or?
Yeah, why not 99? I mean, if a 99 helps your team win, any day I'll put it over 100 that makes your team lose.
Yeah, correct. So I think Mukesh has to look at accelerating.
Beautiful shot there, pass point.
Again, as I mentioned with Allen, he's very strong square of the wicket, and if you give him anything in that area, he will definitely put it away. And there's an overthrow, quite unnecessarily, which gave us 4 instead of 3 to the total.
Absolutely right. No need for the overthrow. But wicket keepers are, as you know, an excitable species. And you cannot really tell them what is right and what is wrong. They are always right.
Although, Parag, I must say that even both of us being wicket keepers, I am not. I don't get too excited. I try to calm everybody down and tell the guys, throw the ball in nice and easy when you have to. Something that we were taught at a very young age, to tell fielders, never show your capabilities to the opponents. Now, mind you, this is when we were playing under 12, under 14, where we didn't know who the other players were. Our coaches always said to us, never display what a good arm you have. And when the time comes, you let it rip and get the run out. And here, a typical example in this over 50s cricket, we try to pick out the fielders who are weaker with their throwing, and realizing that we can get 2 if you hit it down to them. So,
well, absolutely right. I mean, over 50s cricket is a lot about smarts. No question about it. I know, at least in the US, there have been a lot of people who are on the verge of becoming 50, who are very interested in joining Masters cricket, and just a revelation to them. yes, people are older, but I don't think the cricket is much easier. It's a different kind of cricket, but I think it's equally competitive. And actually, surprisingly, some of the players who have just turned 50, even on my team, are realizing that yes, it's different cricket. The bowlers are a little slower, the fielders are a little slower, but the game is not that much easier.
No, and you still have to put in the training, etc., to be able to play, because I think that from when you're young people, you don't pull muscles and stuff like that. I bet every team has 5 people with pulled muscles and injuries at over 50 and over 60. So that is also something that I think as you get older, you need to tune your mind and body onto the same frequency, because your minds don't slow down, but the bodies do.
Absolutely true. I think can't really overemphasize fitness. You might have realized this, Rohan, for the Cape Town World Cup, the English team, which I thought was the fittest that showed up, they actually hired a trainer. Obviously, they were living in different parts of the country, but they had this trainer, talk to everybody, design a program, and follow through with that program for about 6 months before they showed up. So obviously, you guys are getting ready to go to the over 60 World Cup in Australia. I was wondering if you had any plans in that direction.
Actually, it's interesting that you brought that up, Parag. Yesterday, on the way, the bus ride back, I was talking to Raj. Raj is a fitness instructor, and I was saying to him, we need to get a program where all the over 60 players can get together and at least get people, give them a customized program to follow, hopefully to bring them up to a level of fitness that's required to play. I mean, and when you go to a tournament like that, it's not like you're playing one day and you pull up and you go home. You have 6, 7, 8 games, so you have to preserve yourself for that kind of event. So being fit and being able to survive is very, very important.
Wonderful piece of wicket keeping there by Kirat. A ball way down the leg side, and it kept low when moving down, and Kirat saves certain 4 there.
Yes, very well done.
Dashath again proving to be a tough customer. 8.2 overs, 25 runs, and 2 wickets. Canada 212 for 5 in 41.2 overs.
Yeah, I think Mukesh has to take the batting on now and try to accelerate the scoring a bit. He's seeing the ball really well. So rather than allowing Alan to do the necessary, I think maybe he needs to be the aggressor. And here's Alan playing one through mid-wicket, very well picked up. The ball goes down to the boundary.
A beautiful shot, an element of risk there, but the two previous dot balls brought some pressure on there, and beautiful shot through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Now, it's an interesting field here. They had the option of having 5 fielders out. They do actually have 5 fielders. Yeah. My bad. So they have a long leg, they have a deep mid-wicket, a long on, long off, and deep cover. So, no, actually, you know what? Janak Patel was inside the circle. Now he's gone back. In these last overs, he should have been back in the first place, I think. Another beautiful shot. A great try there by Chetan. Could not get to the ball, and I think that just stopped short of the square leg boundary.
Yeah, and Alan's doing the right thing, trying to accelerate, get about 8-10 runs and over, because we've fallen behind what I thought is a better target, around 250. Be hard pressed to make that 4 overs to go, unless there's some big hitting from Mukesh.
Smart batting there by Mukesh. to deep point. Ambles across for 2.
And talking about your wicketkeeper, I think he's done an excellent job. I'm very impressed with how he has collected balls clean and hasn't been really impressive in what he's done behind stumps.
Yeah, Kirith is a fun guy. He comes from the Maryland area. He's a left-hand batsman. Compact. Plays a few shots. Energetic though. That's one thing most wicket keepers I think have in their genes. That the energy that they bring. They typically are what you would call the nucleus of a fielding side.
Well, the wicketkeeper really is the engine of the entire field, because it's our job to make sure that the fielders are on their toes, where they bring the throws in nice and neatly, don't drop balls, throwing it from player to player, make sure that they make sure that the ball gets delivered to the bowler clean without him having to bend down or pick it up off the floor, kind of thing. So wicket keepers need to keep all these players energized, and that's really part of our job right throughout.
That was a beautiful ball there by Dashrath Sankhe, who finishes his 9th over, 34 runs. That, I think, is the first ball that Mukesh was beaten in 114 balls. Very
There's
impressive.
3 overs remaining, and if we can get 30 runs in the 3 overs, I think that would be a good target for the US team.
Yeah, 250, I think. The one thing I've noticed, obviously, is the wicket eases up here in the afternoon. And you can see the bounce is much more predictable right now.
Yes, still a little bit of odd things happen on and off, but that's to be expected. You're never going to get a perfect track where every ball is going to come on perfectly. Yes, in general, the team batting second seems to have a little bit more of an advantage.
Nice shot to deep cover. Couple of runs for Allen.
Again, you're bowling to Allen's strength. He's very strong square of the wicket, and he plays that one through point.
Hopefully Janak has picked up on that and pitches up more, giving the ball some more air, come down. There you go. Janak is a smart customer, plays all levels of cricket. Even right now, I was mentioning on air before he owns the minor league team in California and plays for it as well.
Yeah, I was actually I met a former Sri Lankan captain, my teammate Arjun Ranatunga, I think whose son plays on Janak's team, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
And Arjuna comes and lends
Coaching.
his hand with some coaching.
That is true. And I met Arjuna in LA when we were playing our Masters tournament there. True gentleman.
And one of the smartest cricket minds you'll come across. Not only is he a smart cricket mind, but he's a courageous person who's not afraid to take tough decisions for and stand up for his players, which has been something that is hugely respected amongst the people who played with him. So hopefully that experience will be passed on to Janak and his team as we go along.
Now, I know you played Test cricket for a beautiful shot. Again, a very bad ball by Janak. Janak's, you can bowl a full toss to a guy who's on 90. That is bad bowling in the last overs. I know he's disappointed with that. He wants to give the ball air, but full toss does not help.
Yeah, it's Joseph Buffon, I think, misfielded that he could have stopped the boundary. But he misfielded that on the boundary there.
So talking about Arjuna, obviously, I mean he's legendary and he's known. Obviously, the second sentence that comes out of everybody's mind is the World Cup victory, right? Now I know you've been associated with him quite a bit. Did you have any part in any way in that celebration for Sri Lanka?
No, I did not. I was supposed to fly down there. Two things happened. Number one, there were no hotels available. But I could have gone and stayed with the manager, who happened to be another teammate of mine, Dulip Mendis. He asked me to do that, but we couldn't get an air ticket in such a short period of time. So, no, I had nothing to do with that. They were the generation that came right after us, Aravind and crowd. So
Yes. So now, again, from that heights of Sri Lankan dominance to what Sri Lankan cricket is now, which I think you would probably agree is below par. What transpired for
well, we had a number of senior players all retire at the same time. Kumar Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardena, Chamin Dawaz, Murali, several of them all kind of retired at the same time, and those are big shoes to fill from a small amount of players, unlike in India, where the number of players must be 100 times more than us to select from. So and in India's cricket is got a lot of money involved in it and things like that, and we don't have that same amount of funding.
And I definitely think the IPL had something to do with the India's resurgence as a world power in cricket. No question about it. The amount of money that's flowing into the IPL and the bench strength they have right now is so impressive. They can play any of about 40 players and really doesn't make a difference to the strength of the team. And I think that's where the bench strength, like you said, is when people retire who are big names, they don't have people ready to fill their shoes.
Well, India always had great batsmen, but they never really had, and great spinners, but they didn't have a
Quick
lot of
bowlers.
good fast bowling. There was a few that came through, Kapil Dev, etc. But other than that, I think the biggest advantage for the Indian cricket development was the Dennis Lilly Cricket Academy, and I think you call that the MRF Foundation.
That's correct.
And
in Madras.
that
Chennai.
really changed a lot of it, because today India has hundreds of fast bowlers who are bowling at 140, which you rarely saw.
That was again very bad bowling. Full toss on the leg side in the death over. Gives
It's also
no
a no
ball,
ball.
and Mukesh is 2 runs from his 100, a very well deserved 100. A pull to deep mid wicket, and Mukesh gets to 100 fantastic runs in the final of the Champions Trophy over 60 tournament. A great innings. Mind you, he came into bat when the team were 3 wickets down for 5 runs. A pressure innings on a wicket that was not very conducive to stroke making early in the day. He played right from the first ball, a fantastic innings, and got his team out of trouble. 238 for 5.
Yeah, very well played innings from Mukesh, no doubt. Mukesh has scored a ton of runs in this over 60 competition. He's still very fit and plays actually who should have been maybe playing in the over 50 instead of the over 60. But we needed someone to carry the over 50 load, and he's certainly done a fantastic job with that part.
Yeah, we for one were very pleased that he was playing on the over 60s and not the over 50s, because for the life of us we couldn't get him out in the tournament in Canada. So there's 7 more balls to go and 10 more runs to get to your target, Rohan.
And I think now that he's passed his Mukesh has passed his 100, you should probably expect him to take a few chances and hit some balls in the air.
Well, I'm not sure that was a great idea of Dave Ramdan trying to throw. Yeah, and if it missed the stumps, they would have had 2 more runs there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
No, there's a guy there. I'll show you after the dedicated. Yeah, the feed and everything. No, they don't have a tracking. Janak Patel bowling the last over. That could have been a catch if Janak was, a few years younger and a little bit more flexible. But, goes to long off for 2 runs.
And Helen's done a really fine job playing the support role, taking the pressure off Mukesh as he came close to his 100. Sometimes it's very important to have someone like that who does not put the pressure on you. And actually, Alan's a very athletic person in general, not just on the cricket field. So it shows here.
And Mukesh is still running 2s and is not, breaking speed at all. How good is that? A 60-year-old gentleman, after 102 of 120 balls, is still running 2s. A shot to long off. There you go again. To long off, he's running 2 runs.
He does take care of himself in terms of the fitness element. Does a lot of jogging and things like that. So that is all part of the preparation for people who are playing in this over 60 competition, which we talked about earlier. And there's Alan again hitting that ball for a 6. Beautifully struck.
That is a fantastic shot over mid-wicket for a 6. And these are not short boundaries. This, I would submit, is probably nearly an 80-yard boundary, 75 to 80-yard boundary, and you have an over 60 gentleman clearing the ropes comfortably.
Again, like I said, he's done a fantastic job. 37 off 23, pushed the total to 252 with a few balls remaining, 2 more balls remaining. So.
Do you think you batted the US team out of the finals, Rohan?
Well, I mean, unless someone puts his head down and makes 100, it would be a tough grind. So you need to have someone who's going to come in there and saying, "Look, I'm going to bat through the innings," and have 2 or 3 guys who play support roles. It's not a it's a target that can still be reached. However, someone has to stand up and bat. Well, looks like it's 2 more runs there.
Yeah, missed stumping there by Kirat, and 2 runs, 2 byes to Allen, and
that's the end of the innings. 254 for 5. I think it's a pretty good score.
It is 256 for 5 actually. Fantastic score, and they break for lunch. And Rohan, again, thank you very much for spending time with me. And like I said, right, it has been an incredible pleasure and a privilege of mine to know you over the last year, for all the help, the support that you've given me and Masters Cricket USA. And hopefully we'll have many more years of collaboration to get Masters Cricket not only in the Americas grow, but hopefully around the world, with the help of the other gentlemen from around the world, Sterling, Jim, Roger, Parag, and all the other guys. So really appreciate it, and I think you get back to doing your keeping now for another 45 overs. Good luck to you, and you have another game coming up tomorrow, man.
Well, thank you for having me. Appreciated you allowing me to speak a little bit about our team and the cricket elements. Appreciate you having me, and again, our sincere appreciation of gratitude to all the work you have done for this tournament, and we've become good friends outside of the cricketing circles. So we trust each other to be able to depend on each other, to even at times of disagreements, to keep things respectful and in line, and hopefully grow the game in certainly between Canada and the United States, make it stronger and stronger. So thank you for having me, and good luck again to USA Cricket.
Thanks very much, Ron, and we break for lunch. We'll catch up after lunch. Thank you, guys. Sorry about the delay, guys. USA 11 for 1 with the loss of Joseph Buffon. That was an interesting dismissal where I think it was a full toss that went over his head and hit the stumps. And initially, the umpire had called a no ball and then reversed his decision to being an out. Frankly, I am not privy to the rule of if the ball comes above your waist when you are at your stance and hits the stumps, is that a legal ball or is it a no ball? I have Satyapal Chabra with me helping in the commentary. So,
Parag bhai, based on my understanding, once the no ball is called, it's a no ball. At best, if there's any kind of disconnect, they might call it a dead ball. That's what I would think.
but the issue with here is the no ball was called after he was bowled, right? So the question I'm asking is, if the ball goes above your waist when you're at when you're in your normal stance, is it automatically a no ball even if it comes down and hits the stumps? That I'm not 100% sure of what the rule of that is. That'd be interesting to go look up.
That's actually an interesting question. I think if it is crossing the waistline at the time of when the ball was crossing the batsman, depending on the height, the no ball is based on the height. So I think it should be no ball.
That's right, because
Yeah.
the instance of the no ball, which is the batsman at the crease in his normal stance, precedes the ball hitting the wicket. So if it passed the batsman above the waist, then it's become a no ball, and then even if it hits the wicket, common sense at least tells me it should stay a no ball.
That is correct, yeah. And Joe is not, he's in the shorter stature, so that actually makes sense.
But cricket is a funny game with some peculiar rules all the way. So it will be an interesting one to look up.
Nonetheless, I think US seems to stabilize the damage.
13 for 1 in
13 for
2.1
one,
overs.
Yeah. Yep. Parag, I was looking at the amazing partnership from a Canadian side. They had really a too good partnership. I mean, if you look at it, they had an early loss of wickets, but then the way they came back, just about 200 run partnership, that actually made the huge difference.
Absolutely right. I mean, cricket, especially a 45-hour game, is all about partnerships. And the way Mukesh and Rohan in the first partnership played was fantastic. And then Farouk came, and then Allen in the end finished off with an imposing total of 256 for 5. Team USA has some work to do here to get to that. The good thing is the outfield is fast. The pitch is playing much better in the afternoon than what it did early in the morning. So, is it an achievable target? Yes. The key to this chase would be the run rate. At least my personal bias, if you may call it SP, is when you're chasing a target, you always need to be ahead of the run rate, even if you lose a few more wickets.
And I don't disagree with that. I think the maintaining the run rate is a key, regardless of what you're chasing, because it just maintains a momentum. It makes it a lot easier for the others to follow, and you're setting the precedence for the other batsmen to do exactly what is working out pretty well. But just looking at the sun today and then the morning, definitely US team has a little bit of an advantage of fast outfield today.
So that brings an interesting question, SP. So if you were the captain and you won the toss this morning, would you have batted or fielded? A beautiful shot there by Kirit to mid-wicket, and he's looking for the no ball for above the waist, but the umpire has not called it. But getting back to the toss question, what would you have done as a captain?
So I'll piggyback the comment you made, Prak, earlier. My bias is, being a batsman, I would bat first, because it just creates a mental advantage. And number one, set the toss. This is the playoff finals. Finals is, in my opinion, is all about the temperament. And temperament is not necessarily uniformly distributed among the players. So if you bat first, you have no pressure. Even if it is 200, you can defend it if you have a good bowling team.
Oh, I agree. Unless there is demons on the pitch, right? I mean, I understand the first 5-6 overs were tough for the players to defend, But after that, I think the pitch has played true. And like you said, if in a pressure game, you put up a score, and chasing is not always easy.
Yeah, and one more thing, which is just to defend my comment, not only bias, captain's bias, I would say, even the Canadian or US team, they have played on this ground before. So it's almost equivalent to playing a test match, second inning or third inning, or for that matter, second inning, I would say. So you pretty much know the behavior. Now it's the fear of new pitch or what's going to happen is all known.
Thank you, Rifat bhai. But again, I mean, I kind of referred to this morning, SP, as far as this facility goes. Such a fantastic facility we have a privilege to play on, thanks to Sakibai. You know, we don't get to play on grounds like this in the United States normally.
Yeah, no, I cannot, agree more. I have heard, in fact, what's our West Indian captain? I'm drawing the blank on the name now.
Zamin Namin.
Zamin Amin. He said the other day when we were playing, he said he's one of the best facilities in the US. So that was, he made no reservations, and he said this is one of the best one.
Oh, no question about that. I mean, my personal bias, I'd probably say the pitch needs a little bit of work on it. But as far as the rest of the facilities, in terms of the dressing rooms, the outfields, the side screens, this is top class. And, just the way it's set up, right? The nets on the left and, the picnic areas around the field, just a picturesque facility. If I had a chance, I would be playing all my cricket every day at Moosa Stadium. Again, thank you, Sakibai, for giving us this opportunity to do this. And you will be seeing this facility in the coming months and coming years will be quite a bit of a focus. So this facility is where one of the World Cup games in 2024, the T20 World Cup, is coming to United States and the Caribbean. So this facility has been earmarked as one of the facilities where that tournament is going to take place.
Yep, and I'm not surprised at all. I mean, the facility, I'm just comparing with the last year's tour to UK and the type of facilities we saw. This is, definitely at par. In fact, in many regards, it's actually up and beyond that. I mean, I feel so much at home coming here, and so much a great facility, not only in cricketing field, but outside. I mean, you have so much to do and bring your family and so much of fun together here.
Yeah. Lucky for this to be the home of the Masters.
Yep.
So.
Thank you, Saki bhai.
So 20 for 1, 3.4 overs. I was just having a conversation with the captain of the USA team here, Janak Patel, before the innings started. And, I was saying the way you need to chase this down, and this is the way I would do it if I was telling my team, is doesn't matter how many wickets you lose, stay ahead of the run rate. So you're looking at about 6 runs an over. So they are close to being on par with that, even if they lose a few wickets. Because I feel that at the end of the innings, it's easier to chase down 5 runs an innings with 3 wickets in hand, as opposed to chasing down 10 runs an over with even 8 wickets in hand.
No, I agree. I think the whole point is, if you maintain the run rate, it's an exponential. Basically, you keep the pressure low, and then later on, as it is, people have acceleration, and then it's a lot easier to make those runs, unless you have a few catch-up overs in between, if at all. But right now, looks like they are maintaining just par, just about 5.75, which is above par in my opinion.
Absolutely. I think that's where they need to be. 5.75 from now on and play 45 overs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is, they just need exact the same run rate throughout, and then it'll be all achievable.
So that kind of brings us to an interesting thing, because you went through this just yesterday, SP, right? You been one of the mainstays of Team USA A, and they were playing West Indies, and you had a chase of 162. And we were kind of watching the game from here, and you started off kind of slow in terms of your chase. And again, if I was the captain of that team, I would have told the first 4 batsmen, saying, what, if you get out, doesn't matter. Get me 80 runs in 10 overs. So as far as the chase yesterday, you ended up about 25 runs short in that. So if you can give us a little brief of that game to see, as far as how the chase went.
I mean, the chase standpoint, I would agree that we.
There's a
made
beautiful
some
shot by Munzer. Fantastic off drive for 4 runs. I've watched Munzer a couple of games right now. He
Nice
plays a shot. I mean, for somebody who's over 60, he is built like a tank.
Yep.
You can see his arms actually, his strong biceps and the power that he has. That wasn't a bad ball at all by Allen. Pretty much a good length ball outside the off stump where you would say ask the opening bowler to bowl. But Munzer just latched onto it and a powerful on drive for 4 runs.
Yep. No, but very good shot actually, going long on. Yeah, going back to Parag from yesterday's game, right? The one of the things if I were to revisit it, we made some fundamental mistakes of not maintaining the run rate from the very first over onwards. Even though fall off wicket, we were lucky we didn't have. We just had a 1, and then there was a partnership build for 20 odd some runs. But the bottom line is, we did not have the run rate, and then just maybe sequencing a few players depending on their strength and their strength and weakness, maybe running between the wicket versus the shots or stability of the batting. So that those choices, if we can alter it, that would have made a fundamental difference.
Ifs and buts always, SP, right?
Absolutely. Yeah,
when you win, everything goes right.
Yeah.
When you lose, everything goes wrong, right?
There's always a more opportunity to learn from the games you lose, and then we had it yesterday.
That's a brilliant catch at gully. A good ball by Allen, and Kirit tried to play an expansive shot, a drive, and that was an excellent diving catch. I think it was by Brian. For somebody who is a little on the heavier side, driving full length forwards and picking up that catch is a fantastic feat. I don't know if you have a camera angle that catches that, but it definitely was an awesome catch.
I'm just looking at the replay. What really happened here? Looks like Kirit just went across a little bit, and then ball was off stick, and then he just wanted to reach out, and then just didn't have the body behind, so it became a little soft dismissal.
It did. Ian, the opening batsman, the wicket keeper, interesting style of his face mask. He's not wearing a helmet. He's wearing a baseball catcher's face mask, and I'm sure that will do. It's a matter of comfort and convenience. Me being a keeper, probably on the lazier side, I don't want to carry a face mask and a helmet, so I just go ahead with the helmet.
I believe that this might be a good fit solution. I would call it. I'm not a keeper, but I think when sometimes the ball goes skyer, those it may be easier to see those ones.
Oh, absolutely. For a keeper, I think one of the toughest catches are those skiers that go off the top edge, and one of the biggest problems is for you to get your orientation.
Yep.
Because you turn around and you're running behind the ball, and you don't know how to space it out.
Yeah, and then
actually, we've just had in the commentary box our guest, who is well known in the world, Dinesh Kanaria. Welcome, Dinesh. And actually, if you can take this seat, Dinesh. And thank you very much.
Hello everyone, thank you very much, and it's been a pleasure coming over here and watching the finals of Canada and USA, which is Masters over 60.
yeah,
So
this
it's-
is Masters over 60. Yeah.
So it's great to watch. Our seniors are doing so well, and the energy is superb. Like 45 overs is not easy, and the energy looks terrific.
Danish, I just wanted a quick question. What do you think of the overall, just experience you have had with this over 50 and over 60?
My experience, because back home I played age 40 veteran cricket, but over there we used to play 20 over, not like 45 overs. It's too much. I think so 45 overs is too much, but because the World Cup is coming ahead in Australia and you all guys are just preparing for the World Cup, But it is good to see the age is not the matter, because age is just a number. It's the energy and how the tournament is organized, and everybody is putting their efforts in. I've seen so many players, they have injuries, but they're still playing, which is the love of cricket.
Yep, that's fantastic. And then what do you think of the over 60 players, and how they're moving around comparing the back home, the fitness level?
Yeah, the fitness level needs to get improved a little bit, because I know it's not easy over here, because everyone is very busy in their work and everything. It's take out the time and to do fitness, but still they are moving very good. If I compare like age of 60 and age of 40, they are moving pretty well, but they need to do some fitness as well. Fitness is very important, because now in Houston the weather is not that hot. It will get hotter more, so it will get more difficult for the players.
Yeah, no, I agree. What I have noticed, myself, I'm speaking for myself, last year onwards, we've been playing the over 50 Masters. And one of the things I did was it definitely got your focus back onto the health. I like to run once in a year, half marathon, but then now this I have to do it a year round. So this makes me just keep going.
Yeah, exactly, because if you just come and play cricket, it's not that good, because at age you have all the muscles, which is not that the same of age of 30 or 40. And it's something you have to keep on doing it regularly. If you're playing cricket at age of 60, but still you need to move around, at least give yourself 45 minutes, walk around, have a stretching, and do similar small things which can help you to prevent you from the injuries.
I agree. I think one of my personal belief is the day you play, that is definitely the game happens, but then what really happens on other 6 days, that matters a lot.
Yeah, exactly. That is the main thing, because when you're in the game, when you're playing cricket, your body is warm, you're energetic, everything happens, you just do it, and you want to do it good. But after that, after the game, then the body says, hey man, you have not worked me for like years, now you have just put a load on me. Then that 6 days is very hard to cut off.
Yep, especially when you have to take a quick single or 3 runs or chase a ball to stop. Those are where the typical injuries happen at this age. So I think it is extremely important that we tone those muscles and basically get ready for those sprint or have a strength training.
Yeah, strength training is very important, and as you said that just coming around and just moving for singles and doubles and triples, and then you move around in the ground, because ground, when you run in the ground has the weight, and if you're carrying a weight and you're running around, your hamstring will go away, you will have a groin injury, you'll have a shoulder injury. So many injuries can come, because at age of 60, hardly like 45 hours standing in the field is too much. Correct. Even for the youngsters as well. But age of 60, if you keep on doing small things, if you take care of yourself, even after the game, if you go for a cold bathtub or do something after the game, it will help you preventing from injuries.
Actually, I wanted to have you expanded a little bit more on that one. That might help our listeners, and as well as whoever is paying attention to this one. What do international cricketers do after the game, especially to if you're playing a test format or back-to-back games, to recover and be ready for the next game next day or couple of days?
I see. Basically, what is the important thing is to need to know that warm-up before the game is very important, and then there's a cool-down. Mm-hmm. The cool-down is like you have to stretch yourself, because whole day in the field, because your waste is too much in the body, and you carry too much weight while you're playing. And after the game, the best thing for any cricketer or a sports person is go for a cold tub. Like you in a tub, ice. You put ice tub for 7 minutes, and then just wear the skins up, and then have a stretch and relax yourself. That's it, because you are ready for the next day. Because when we were playing test cricket, we used to have lots of things to do, because like bowling like 30 overs in a day for me. Mm-hmm. So I have to do, like tomorrow again we have to come and bowl again in the morning or session, because we had a long day in the field. Mm-hmm. Like whole day we are in the field, and next day again we have to come. So it's not easy. So preventing injuries, and because we have another series coming up, so all these things really requires you have to do like very religiously.
Correct.
To do this thing to prevent from occurring injuries, and you get fit.
Yep.
It's nothing very hard, or it's just a stretching. Stretching is very important, because stretching will loosen up your muscle, which is tight, and then the cold tub will take out all the toxin and all the waste which you carry throughout the day. It will take it out that, and next day you will feel very much relaxed, and you will have the light body, and you can run around everywhere.
Mhm, mhm. No, actually, that's a very insightful comment, Danish bhai. Because I mean, the way you explain it, it sounds like that's something we all ought to be following those. Because and then one more thing I want to ask you,
Yeah.
just looking at where we are, how much coach and managers contribute to enforce those, activities post game?
See, they are like in international cricket, we had coach whose job is to do the nets and to coach. Manager is to handle all the domestic and all that
Logistics.
stuff. Yeah, logistic stuff. Then we had a trainers. Trainers are the guys who do this, your nutrition, your cold tub, your hot tub, you give you massage or something. It's all they have a different categories. But at this level, when y'all are playing, y'all don't have any manager or coach. But it's as a professional. If you want to make this professional, you have to bring in this, because your next generation 60 will continue doing this. So y'all will prevent from injuries, and God forbid something major will not happen in the field, or something can happen because you need to have your lungs, your heart and everything going properly, because too much of pressure and too much of tension can occur into something else.
Yeah, and I think where we are, in master's phase, I would call it, it's more of an economy of scale. I don't think we could have the professional category care during the game, and but yeah, definitely I foresee multiple
As a player,
hats.
you can do it yourself also, because they
Exactly.
are the basic things. It's nothing
Exactly.
you need a hard fast rule or something. Because if you go back in like 60s and 70s, they don't used to have any coach or manager or something. International teams, they used to do themselves.
Yep. No, I
Like they
agree.
used to play 50 overs and all that stuff, but they were like world-class cricketers produced, the
Yeah.
legends produced at that time, and that was very difficult era. But they used to keep themselves fit. Okay, this now time is like that. In a year, player doesn't have any time to do this sort of things, but still they take out time to do it.
Correct.
As you said, we don't the economic and all that stuff, but if you do it by yourself, then you can teach the young generation which is coming up. They will follow that tradition, and that tradition will go on and on and on.
Yep. No, I agree. It's really starting the engine. So I feel like we're cranking the engine, and it's gonna be an engine will run for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yep.
It will. Yeah, you have to see, something doesn't start overnight, but if somebody comes up and start doing it, then other person will follow it, and that it follows up, and it continuity will come up. And even at age of 60, y'all are like everybody have their own business and something, but if you take out 45 minutes of your life time for yourself, uh, if you take out 45 minutes, just 45 minutes every day, it will help you a lot.
Yeah. No, I think that's a cardinal rule, especially the age we are in, 40 plus or 50 plus.
Exactly.
I try to do it myself, 30 to 45 minutes of a cardio on an average. That's needed, and then obviously you need some fitness training just to keep the type of muscles you use for the game, depending
Yeah.
on choices you make, and that really helps on the day you play.
Exactly, it really helps. And if you can go in the nets in a week for 2 days or 3 days, yeah, it will help you in the long term. Like you will feel more energetic. You will feel very much energetic while you're fielding, you're a batting or a bowling, or you are doing anything. You will feel more energetic in that. So it's very important how you take the things from you, because in America, I know cricket is getting bigger. It will take time. It will take time, as we see. The World Cup will be coming over here in America, in Florida and West Indies. World Cup will be happening. The more interest will get in gain. But playing this cricket, and like the children will be watching, our dads are playing, or everybody's playing, so interest will start getting up. But if the base is strong, things will get better.
Absolutely, I agree. 100%. Yeah. So we are setting the trend for the future generation and for ourselves. So that's amazing.
Yeah, and this game, like USA 37 for 2, struggling with the wickets.
Yeah,
It was a bit of debacle about the first wicket, which was out. The umpire at one end said no ball, and then he was given out. What was all about that?
We talked with Parag Bhai too. I think the debate is whether when ball crossed the waistline or above the waistline, and that's what the main umpire thought, and the side umpire thought it wasn't. So maybe that was a disconnect. But regardless, I mean, my view is very simple. If there's a disconnect between two umpires, the rule is status quo, means not out. I
Yeah.
mean, the previous ball, whatever the state was. So, but anyway, I think this is something we should
Because it's a
review it.
final. It's a final,
Mhm.
and it was because it's a 45 over game, and the umpire gives once the decision.
Yep.
Okay, the third umpire, if there is a possibility, you can go for a third umpire. The batsman can go for a referrer. But over here, umpire giving decision and then
Reversing it.
reversing bat, that doesn't look.
And I agree. I think it's this can be a big debate, but not to make it controversial. I
Yeah.
would say, you know how the DRS rules looks like. You know,
Yes.
umpire's call.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes umpire's call. I mean, everybody chuckles at it. I
Yeah.
mean, once the same ball can get you out, and same
Yeah.
ball could be turned not out. So it's one of those. But then the point, if let's say we have no DRS or we have no technology,
Yeah.
the point is benefit of doubt.
Yeah.
This is
Benefit of doubt always goes to the
goes to
bat.
batsman. Go with the basic, 70s, 60s, whatever principle you want to call it.
Yeah.
So I think that way, maybe it was something we can have a debate, but I think kind of move forward.
Yeah, move
With-
forward. Yeah, that's very good that
Yep.
things didn't stop, and because
Exactly.
in this situation things can get worse.
Yes.
But the management and the umpires and both the teams respect to
Yes.
the batsman and to the fellow team, the Canadian team. They made it very simple, and things went on going.
Exactly. I mean, I
That's
think
very good.
Yeah,
The
spirit-
sportsman spirit lived.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's the quality of cricket is still there, and then we are respecting the decisions and moving forward, which is the perfect gentleman's game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why cricket is gentleman game. And now
Yeah.
this Munza looking very good on 22 and Janak as
7.
well on 7.
Yeah.
But this Canadian team, which was struggling in the beginning, they got out their wickets and then a brilliant knock of getting 100.
Yeah. The good news here is that they are maintaining the run rate, which is awesome. I think if the run rate is maintained like this for next through the first drinks,
Yeah.
it's gonna give a huge mental advantage. Although the two wicket sounds a little bit of risky, but that I don't think that matters. As long as they're seeing the ball and middling the ball and rotating.
Yeah, rotation
that
is good,
partnership
and
is the key.
as Munza doesn't have a good hamstring, is struggling, but still his wicket will be very crucial for Canada, and because he looks very good, like his shots, he played a beautiful extra cover drive, and he can hit the ball outside the park as well.
Yep. Excellent fielding on a mid-off.
So it
I'm
will be a
just-
massive chase for Team USA.
Yeah,
because
it
the
is.
massive score on the
Correct.
board.
5.75. Averaging about that kind of a score run rate. Moosa is definitely is I would call it the batting. I wouldn't call it paradise, but it favors the batsman.
Yeah, it's nothing
Yeah.
happening much. It's
Yeah.
nothing at all
As
happening much.
a bowler, they have to be super boring to create a wicket, because they can make the
Exactly.
batsman make a mistake, and then get them out
Exactly.
like that. So it's
Uh,
patience is a key here, in my opinion.
Patience is the key, as they have to. The USA batters need to refocus the inning which Mukesh played for,
Yeah,
for
Mukesh.
Canada.
Exactly.
So they have to rethink about his inning, how he played when Canadian team was in trouble,
Mhm.
and now the stage like Janak or Manzar can rethink about his inning, that he established it, and he went all the 45 overs and played a superb knock.
Yeah.
That is how USA can win this game. Otherwise, if they lose their couple of wickets in now, then they are in the deep trouble.
Yeah, I've seen Mukesh play before, and in fact, I have played against him. And one of the things I noticed when he bats, he never overbreathes or hyperventilates, I would call it. That's amazing as a batsman.
Yeah,
I would say that's a good indication of you're getting nervous.
exactly.
And even I saw him playing at 90s. He seemed to be just strolling, walking across, and just not a big shot, always along the ground, and then only the loose ball he'll negotiate it well and hit for a fours mostly, not
Yeah.
even an attempt for a 6.
Exactly, because you see, when we used to play international cricket, test cricket, when we used to have big players playing like Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara, all this, our batters used to watch their innings,
Mhm.
because when they came out to bat, they know how
What
to
they
bat,
did. Yes,
how
exactly.
they did it, how they build up the innings, and
Mhm.
how the things went on.
You
So it's all about, say, whenever you are playing, see, till the age you are not done in your life, you are learning, and learning is the thing which you learn from it. Every day you learn something new. So I think for the youngsters, if and who somebody is listening me, so learning makes you perfect. So anything if you can see which is happening good, just pick it up and just follow that.
Yep,
It
exactly.
will make you, it will take you very high.
Yeah, I mean, what you said, Danish, I call it a prototype. Whether a prototype is done by yourself or a opposition team, I mean, good things you have to pick it up.
Exactly.
Mukesh's inning was a classical prototype of how to play on this pitch.
Exactly.
He was architect behind 2 innings, 2 partnership, 100 run each approximately.
Exactly.
Amazing batting. So that's exactly what US team ought to follow.
Exactly.
And he already showed the recipe of how to bat on this ground, plus 1 extra run.
Yeah, and the running between the wickets was brilliant, and things really. Now, if Manzar, because he's having a hamstring problem, if he takes this type of singles, it can occur more. His injury can get more worse,
Yes.
and then Manzar might, USA might lose Manzar as a retired hurt, or he get more injured. So it's a big loss to USA. So they need to think that Manzar, who is struggling with his hamstring injury, he needs
Beautiful
to
shot on the fine leg for
yeah,
4, yeah. Sorry.
exactly. He swept it very well.
Mhm.
See, he's playing the ball because he's trying to get a boundary in every over, which is good.
Yep.
But the other batters need to think that we need to take singles, which are like the ball is gone far away, then we can take singles
Yeah.
because of his injury.
Yep, exactly. Just to add to that, I'm not a physician, or
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to use the common sense and breathing and how it helps
Yeah.
from Mukesh's inning. When you breathe normal, I mean, basically in a long distance run, people who run long distance, they know what breathing and pacing means. So it's a similar kind of a notion I see when Mukesh bats. He doesn't breathe too heavy. All he does is paces himself, and then that actually makes his fitness, the oxygen level all over equally
Yeah.
distributed, I would call it. Whereas when you overbreathe or hyperventilate, you are more susceptible to tiredness or fatigue.
Exactly.
Yep.
It is like that. It is a simple base thing. When we were kid, one thing which was learned to our seniors said that whenever you are in a situation, just go for a deep breath.
Mm-hmm.
Deep breath relaxes you,
Yep.
because if you are running or doing deep breath, might make your things go down and you can continue.
5 breath. Yeah, exactly.
So this is the situation now. The USA are 52 for 2.
In fact, Danish, I'll just
Yeah.
interrupt you there. I remember, I do not know in Pakistan how the black cat crossing the road is treated, but in India, for example, growing up, if black cat crosses, or I think it's a universal fact or myth, I would call it, where people think, oh my God, something bad is going to happen.
Yeah.
So I asked my teacher, who was an absolutely religious gentleman, he said, you know why you have to take God's name and then 5 breathing. But then he laughed and said, really, why you have to take 5 breaths? Because you want to calm yourself down
Exactly.
by taking 5 breaths. So I think that technique actually stayed.
Yeah, it stayed
Anytime you're
because
stressed out, just breathe in and out.
exactly that relaxes your mentally. You get time because see, most of the cricketers you have seen, they play golf nowadays too much. Golf is a patience game that you have to be patient. So cricket, like if you play longer version of cricket, like Test cricket or 50 overs, you have to be patient, because if you want to do it this quickly, things will never happen. So patience is the key. Most of the cricketers, they love doing fishing, and they love doing
Focus.
playing golf. So it's all about patience, how you focus yourself, how you patience yourself, keep your self calm. Because as calm as you are as a cucumber, you can do wonders. Because I've seen like great players, like legend players, they were like, I was bowling to Rahul Dravid, I was bowling to VVS Lakshman, all these players. Like they were like just calm, and they were so much calm, they just nudges, unless the bowlers get tired, then they go for the runs. So, which we learn from it, like bowling against great batters, playing against great bowlers. So we know like Shane Warne, we don't have Shane Warne now. The world is really missing Shane Warne. But the art which he brought in, and the leg spin which he did it, and had a wonderful memories with him. But we should learn from it, all the things.
So just going on those series, Danish, how did you manage your calm and cool when you're bowling against like Sachin Tendulkar, Dravids, and VVS of the world?
It was very difficult, man. It was like playing in India, like 35,000 in the crowd is there, and most of them, everybody was against Pakistan in India when you're playing at Eden Gardens or in Bangalore or anywhere around the world. Which was very difficult because, see, India-Pakistan series is something like that. You become a star overnight or your career is finished.
Correct.
So it was something for me which I dreamed a lot to play for my country, and then playing against India who can play the spin bowling so well. It was not easy competition, but I challenged it. And as calmness, you said, I was calm, but throughout my career, everybody used to tell me that I have a character of a fast bowler. I used to come down and shout to the batters, gives them some good words, which I cannot say it now.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, so
you'll play
this
with
type
their
of
mind,
things,
basically.
play with the mind. It's very important. It's not about just bowling. You have to play with the minds.
Got it. So you try to redirect your, I would say, psychologically, you try to redirect your fear onto them through your expression of some acceptable,
Yeah,
keywords, I would call
exactly,
it. I wouldn't say
because
profanity.
yeah, sometimes you have to do that because see, when you're playing a test cricket and you're on the top, you need to get the batsman out.
Exactly. Get
And
into the head.
Because if big players, if they cross 30 runs,
They would not gonna
they
get up.
will
They
not
won't
get you. Then they will just lick you
Milk
everywhere.
Yeah. No, I agree.
So these are the some things. But as now the cricket has been, the rules of ICC have gone too much. It's like what cricket should be. Because nowadays, just you say something, you get a ban, you will get this. But that was the beauty of the cricket.
Yes.
That's the beauty of the cricket that used to play. Now there's a third umpire as well. We didn't had a third umpire as a referral system. After 2009, it came in referral system. But till before, when I was playing in 2000, I started my international career. That time we didn't had a third umpire, and it was all respect on the ground umpire, whatever decision he has to make. The things are getting changed, which is at the good side as well as the bad side, because now it's all about batters day. Because fast bowler can only bowl one bouncer, which is unfair, and they can go lick everywhere. No ball is there. Then the fielding restrictions are there. So many things. Nothing for bowlers. Poor bowler.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, it is getting evolved into where it's becoming I would say a product of a choice. That's where the direction is gonna go. And then to make it product of a choice, yeah, you have to make it very interesting, for the audience or the viewers.
Yeah.
So essentially, how do you make it interesting? I mean, obviously, just like a baseball, people go for the home runs.
Yeah.
So it favors the batter. But how pitcher bowled, maybe the quickness is the only thing people may look for, or
Exactly.
some of the differential. But people don't really talk about what it takes to be a good catcher, or similar situation. So I think
Yeah.
I understand it favors the batter, which is purely coming from the audience of viewers.
Yeah, the
Mhm.
people want to see sixes and fours. They don't want to see wickets tumbling out, going out. They want sixes and fours. Enjoy the day, which is good. But it's a challenge for a bowler. But still, the bowlers are becoming very nice, very good. They've been performing well under circumstances which are against them. Things are coming up very good.
Yep.
But it
Yep.
will be great to see in America when international will be coming over here, and international cricket coming over here, and the more interest, still the interest is there at high immense, but the interest will get more when the international cricket comes more over here in America. And even at the school, it will get started playing cricket for the youngsters as well. So it will get massive, because over here they are, if you see in full of USA, every community is playing cricket, and the talent is immense over here.
Yeah, that's true. I agree. I've seen it. I think one of the things I've noticed about United States is people have fascination towards their health regimen and then follow it. And then because of that, it automatically makes the quality of the players. Obviously, the temperament part I wouldn't speak to, but the quality of the type of shots, the type of how they play, how they approach it, definitely makes it World class, I would say, athletes can come just like that. A good boundary or good save actually.
Okay, good
Yeah,
football.
yeah.
Yes.
That was a good save on the square leg. This
Yeah.
was- But I
The
just
things are
noticed
going
that-
pretty well
Mhm,
over
yeah.
here, but it will take gradually. It will take, but all the people who are working very hard and bringing cricket over here, setting up the interests of players over here, really need to congratulate all of them, all around USA, which they are, because they want their children to play cricket and they love cricket. Cricket is something which is from our genes.
Correct,
Like
exactly.
we come from Asia country, we have that thing. So we need to bring it, and people over here working day in day out. You see a beautiful ground. We are at the Moosa Stadium over here. Beautiful ground is built over here, and cricket is happening in a very beautiful environment.
That's true.
And would like to see more and more people coming up and watching this type of finals. I think more advertisement or something more should be done to bring the crowd in little bit to support the team. It will get more interesting as well.
Yep, no, I agree. I think this that's one of the. I'll speak to the other side of the US. Today we're playing on the weekday. Weekday makes it just not viable, and this is one of the first attempts to have the tournament done on the weekdays weekend combined, back-to-back formats, to makes somewhat challenging. But regardless, nonetheless, we have excellent broadcast. I mean, I remember last year this time we had a first tournament. Now looking back through the rear view mirror, I mean, 1 year we have made such a significant progress. Look at the type of telecast, Moosa facility. I mean, how this has contributed to cricket, just unparalleled.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a huge success. I think things will go. Because to give a motivational, because this all the guys who are 60s, they need some motivation, some energy comes from the crowd. It's something that people are watching. Interest comes in. Two countries are playing. It's almost like an international game, Canada and USA.
Yep.
So things can get better, but so far things are very good. But it can get better. To improvement, there are always ways how to improve the things. But I think the things will get improved.
Yep, I agree. I've been noticing Munzer has been batting very well. He's on 33, and the way he's been connecting it, he ought to be putting extra value to his wicket. To be honest, I mean, from a US point of view, I would call it. I mean, the average is just about 5 runs. I would call it 5, and then that is actually acceptable. I mean, for the chance they have.
Exactly.
As I
As I told you earlier, Munzer is the key wicket for Canada. They will love to have him out as soon as possible. If USA win today, it will be Munzer who's scoring a brilliant 100. Because there's always a commentator curse that if you say something good about something else. So
Yeah.
I hope so that doesn't happen, and he went on
touch wood, touch
win for
Sorry.
Team USA.
Nothing against Canada, but I love. I mean, Mukesh's inning was amazing to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of lessons to be learned from the way he carries himself. I mean, not out
Exactly.
1 or 2 is just unparalleled.
Exactly.
One of the best innings I have
doubt.
seen from
Yeah,
him.
because if your team is struggling, you see how that person at the age of 60 managed all the pressure and batted throughout the way and build a partnership. So it is something amazing.
Yep.
At that level.
And I agree, like you said, Danish. We as an international level also, when you look at your opponent,
Yeah.
if somebody is batting well, you can repeat it. You have the same set of players.
Exactly.
They have a different roles, similar roles. So you pick a role and you enact when your turn comes.
Exactly. Yeah, so
Playing across,
that was crossed the line and it was plumb in front.
Boy. Chanak doesn't seem to be happy.
Yeah,
But I think he was going
maybe
across.
ball was sliding down toward the leg side, missing the leg stump. But yeah, if you put his foot again, we can see over here the replay. I think so.
Yeah, I think ball.
That's
yeah,
is hitting. That is
Okay,
hitting
yeah,
leg
yeah,
stump,
he
middle
moved
leg stump. Yeah,
yeah, he lost his balance after he
the way
swung,
because
yeah.
if the ball is pitched and where he was standing with his stance, if you see that. So he played just crossed the line, and it was.
Okay, Danish bhai, I think look, you
I
have a
have to
commitment.
move, and it
Yeah.
was an
Thank you very much,
excellent. I wish We'll come next time and enjoy the commentary box. Thank you. And I really enjoyed this 60 over cricket and the games and your commentary box.
Yeah, and I thank you, Danish Bhai, for being here first of all and sharing all inside information.
My pleasure.
What happens
Thank
in the
you.
international level. I hope listeners will follow and we all would learn from it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, man.
Masood is a new batsman in. And I think the US team probably have to relook at the situation and then just build some partnership here onwards. Farooq ball down the leg. Umpire declared a wide. And US is going to get 2 runs, this can be expensive. Especially with the Masters, at least you have a liberty of bowling 1 down the leg and not being called wide. But a situation like this, those bowling efficiency is a vital factor too. Good front foot defense. Manzur, he's batting at 34. And we're inching towards the first break. 65, the loss of 3, which is a decent average so far. I think as long as US team is close to 5 runs chase, that will probably make a good case to have a suitable situation towards the end of the game. I think the key is to play 45 as well. So I think they need to spread their batting and then also stay in the game long enough and then bring the game towards the last few overs, I would call it, and that will make it always good chase. So Mihir Bhai is joining me. This is SP. So Mihir Bhai, what do you think of our situation so far?
Well, it is still anybody's game at this point, I think. I mean, we have batting lineup all the way down. So if we kind of like have one strong partnership, we will be very much in the game. The run rate is not bad. We can accelerate a little bit. But right now, preserving the wickets is more important. So I think it's fine. It's still poised at a very even place right now.
Got it. When you say we, means you're siding it for US team.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, all right. I understand that because we both are. So I was just I was talking with Danish Kanaria, from a former Pakistani cricketer, right, who was here with me. I mean, we had some great conversation about health, and then fitness level, and what happens in international levels, and how they maintain and manage themselves. So he had some insightful comments on how we should maintain ourselves moving forward, things like that. So I think, I'm sure a lot of viewers would appreciate that. Or listeners
That's
would.
lovely, because I think you hit it right on the head. Those tips can be very, very helpful and useful. We all need that at this point. The body needs to be conditioned. We need to be fit,
Mhm.
because pulling a groin muscle, hamstring, calf muscle, everything is very, very common at this point.
Exactly. I think it's a warm up and cool down. Both are very good shot. Meantime, it was over the mid-off region, lofted over the mid-off. They're gonna run two. So yeah, coming back to the fitness, I think we can do cardio for 30 minutes or 45 minutes. That will kind of tone you, but the reality is, when you play a game of cricket, it's gonna be endured. You have to carry yourself for the entire 7-8 hours. And one of the points which Danish brought up, which was excellent, when you play, you are actually heavier, and then that weight it passes on wear and tear. So you really have to be extremely careful on how you build strength and do strength training for yourselves.
Very true. That's very, very nice point that he has made. And thanks for sharing again, because I think we need to kind of like really implement that and be conscious about it.
Yep. And I think if you look at it, most injuries happen on when we stretch ourselves. First quick run, or a third run, or even chasing the ball towards the boundary when the ball is passing. You're mentally there, but physically you're not there, and you're just one extra push, and then here you go, you have an injury.
You are absolutely right. And I mean, to a point, I experienced it myself. I think I was covering the field overall pretty good, but one wrong turn, like you said, sudden kind of like a jerk trying to cover a missed field, kind of like just caused that muscle to pull, and it can happen so easily, and takes a long time to recover from that then.
Yeah. Coming to this one of the things I'm going to speak to, just how this has benefited me as a person. Last year, when this was brought up as a concept of US Masters above 50 tournament, first, we were in a deep COVID situation. There was nothing whatsoever, no social interaction. This has given so much of an opportunity in an all virtual world, where people didn't want to talk to each other or didn't want to see each other. So it brought people together, number one. It gave you refocused energy onto your health. And then even though you had your own regimen, but now cricket itself became a regimen. Before it was an entertainment. Now it has become a health regimen, I would call it. And I cannot thank enough for the concept.
Very well said, SP. I totally agree with you. Kind of like it has kind of like brought a new awareness, kind of like a new enthusiasm, a new desire, inner desire to kind of like
Exactly.
really,
Truly a second inning.
truly a second inning in every which way. Absolutely right.
I give you my personal, again, I mean, I stopped bowling for 16 years. Not I cannot bowl. I'm a net bowler, by the way.
Oh, is it? Okay.
But I'm used as a batsman who fields, and when I play the 50 games, right? But with the being, I mean, one of the younger 50s, I started bowling again. And it
Nice.
gave me such a revitalized feeling of, no, I'm the younger one, so I better be bowling here.
Right, exactly.
And
You
feeling, doing
can
everything.
contribute
So
in
yeah,
that also. So you kind of like are a really kind of like a valuable player at that point, because you are able to contribute in every department then.
exactly,
So,
yeah. So
very
the
good.
drinks, I mean, the drinks, we are 70 for 3, which looks like we are pretty much close enough. 4.67 average, which is not too bad, considering, a little bit south of 5 runs per over, but then it is acceptable for looking at the wickets and how Munzer is playing especially.
Right. The required run rate is, I think, what 6.23. But so long as we have the wickets in hand and Munzer is looking really, really good, the shots that he has played really are coming off really nicely. And Masood, once he gets going, we need a big partnership here for USA to kind of like really tilt the thing in their favor. But right now, I think it's very evenly poised at this first break.
It's pretty much identical, I would say, Mirbai. If you look at it, how Mukesh built his partnership 102 not out, and he had a 2 major partnership.
Absolutely, with Farooq and with Rohan before that. Very
Exactly.
clinically played, very nicely played.
Mhm.
A captain's knock indeed. Shows the true class of a cricketer who has played at the high level, first class cricket. I believe he played for Baroda Ranji Trophy. So that is kind of like, I mean, speaking, and he has really proved himself in this tournament also. Very, very consistent with the bat. I think this is probably his second time that he has been not out with a high score,
Yeah.
and the first century that I know of in over 60 in this tournament.
One of the things that when I get to see him at the drinks or something like that, I'm going to ask him. I've played against him. I have seen him play closely today. I watched one or two not out. I didn't see he broke even sweat.
You're right, absolutely. I think he is in a good shape, even though he does complain kind of like about body aches and kind of like wrapped
is
up kind of like, but that's common for everybody.
Common for everybody.
And I mean, for a person kind of like to score 102 not out in this heat and kind of like really taking energetic all these singles and doubles and everything, it was very creditable and very inspiring to see him how he's kind of like managing things on the field. And it's very motivating, absolutely. I mean, a very, very classy knock by him. And even in the previous game, I think they had a very clinical performance overall. So they have their act together for sure. So Canada definitely.
Definitely an inning to watch, an inning to learn from. So I think I was same thing I was saying earlier to Danish, that this is I mean US team ought to just follow what was done by Canadian team, just make one extra run.
Exactly right. Exactly. You said it. That is what is required right now, and we need to kind of like learn from kind of like what the Canadian side did.
Yeah.
That's what USA needs to emulate at that point, right? So some of our sponsors, let's just kind of like go over it real quick. We have Intero, a Berkshire Hathaway affiliate, Polar IT Services, Biz Analytica, Prairie View Cricket Complex, which is a beautiful complex in Prairie View with 6 wickets over there and nets and everything.
Yep,
And
I mean, let's not forget the Ultimate Vineyard and on Digital. I mean, these are, I think Janak Bhai would be unhappy if I did not mention him.
absolutely.
Moosa, and then obviously US Cricket, smart choice. Obviously, Shakib Bhai, thank you very much. I mean, he has done amazing for what he has done for cricket. It's just amazing.
Absolutely, this is kind of like one of the finest facilities definitely in the country.
Yep.
And Houston has become the second home for Masters at this point. Most of our tournaments have been conducted either at Woodley and SMP in Los Angeles or at Moosa Stadium and Prairie View Cricket Complex. So thank you Saki Bhai, thank you Tanvir Bhai for providing us beautiful facilities and making this our second home for the Masters right now.
I couldn't agree more with you. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful day. I mean, I look at it. The view from here, I mean, it doesn't look any less than any English condition, I would call it.
Exactly, you're absolutely right. It's such a beautiful, sunny, clear day with lush green grass everywhere on the outfield, and it's such a beautiful sight and beautiful day to play a cricket game.
Yes, the drinks break is getting over. So let's see what they do. I think they, from a Canadian side, they may be very happy with how they have carried out. They have certainly restricted the US team below par from a run rate standpoint. The US really needs to be at 80 plus, where they have at least saved, I would call it 12, 15 runs. I mean 85 approximately from a run rate standpoint. So there are 15 runs carryover, and then other 2 sessions to follow, 7 wickets to follow. I think the US, I mean, Canadian captain must be extremely happy. Maybe some more tightening they would do. Let's see what they do for this next second session.
Right. I agree with you, SP. Definitely the Canadian side will be happy with the first session. But from the USA standpoint, if I was to kind of like say, it's just run a ball that they need really at this point. So it's not something that they need to panic either. With the wickets in hand, they can definitely kind of like emulate what the Canadian side had done after their 3 wickets were lost at a very early stage. So it's like run a ball at this point and it'll be fine. So looks like after the drinks break, the players are kind of like making their way back to the field, to the middle of the ground. And like SP and I were talking earlier, It's a really beautiful day. You can see the flags fluttering on the boundary line, flags from US, Texas, and on the left side we have flags from the countries that are participating: West Indies, Canada, US, and all the cricket playing countries' flags are there on the left side. So it's a beautiful sight from here that we are enjoying the game here from the commentator's box right now. So the umpires are making their way back and taking their positions, and after the drinks break, Masood is going to be taking the strike. And looks like Farooq Kirmani is coming into the attack. He has bowled 2 overs, given 5 runs and taken 1 wicket. Manzar has batted beautifully and he has scored 36 runs of 42 balls, and Masood has scored 2 runs of 3 balls. Masood went in after Janak Patel fell LBW. So we are ready to resume the game after the first drinks. It's nicely played to the covers, and Masood is ready for a second but turned away by Manzar on the other end. So now Manzar will face Farooq, second ball. So it was a nice flighted delivery played on the leg side by Manzar and stopped at the short mid wicket. Another full toss delivery, a little too over flighted, and played down the leg side towards long on, and easy single. So Manzar crosses over and he's on 37. And this one is played nicely. Masood wanted to take a run. It was turned away by Manzar. Could have been suicidal, so it was a good call that they didn't take off and try to attempt and make that run, because otherwise it could have been disastrous, because it was straight in the hands of the fielder and he did a good job in getting it back to the keeper in time. So USA at 72 for 3, and we have Farooq continuing. Nicely flicked away, no single there. Masood was looking for one, but there was no single there really. Canada has been really kind of like fielding well all over. They are covering the ground well, and the catch was taken earlier when Kirit got out, and that was a beautiful catch taken by the fielder there.
Yep. No, I was just saying Masood seems to be stabilizing and then seeing the ball well too, whereas obviously Manzar is a key. I mean, he's at 37. He's moved his inning very well. In fact, he was a baller run all along. I mean, last few balls he's been probably going a little slower, but I think he's just cautious, which may be the right approach for the second set. So I think he's a mindset standpoint. So sounds like he's mentally ready to play a long inning, which is a good news from a US standpoint. The key would be to see how Canadians negotiate the situation.
Absolutely, you are right, and I think that's what probably they talked it over during the drinks break, that we need to just kind of like take over ones and twos and pace it out and not rush into things, because with wickets in hand, kind of like they can kind of like accelerate when needed, but right now just rotating the strike with ones and twos should be good enough.
Yep. I'm sure from US side partnership, on a Canadian side breaking the partnership. That's the game we're playing here. Let's see what is it Farooq coming to bowl? No, I don't think. Okay. Oh, it says
it needs to be updated on this side. Yeah, Bertram N
Bertram
is coming in.
Yeah, Bertram is bowling from ours, from the pavilion, and I would call it. The way the cameras are, I mean, it's an amazing facility here. Okay, let's just try. Bertram is not comfortable with run up. I think he's gonna go back.
That was a pretty cheeky single actually. Manzar placed it, but Masood had kind of like taken off well. That's why he could cover ground. If it was a direct hit, it could have been close.
One thing I noticed was Bertram is getting good turn. I mean, he's bowling off actually leg spin. Yep, it's leggy down the leg. But it's this is a special Masters rule, right? One ball is allowed down the leg, close vicinity. I mean, typical one day no ball. A white ball is not a white ball, just once per over. And that's what I was saying earlier, that this will be a very crucial for Canadian team to manage their bowling efficiency, because those things can add up pretty quick.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, anytime the fielding side starts giving any bonus runs by way of wides and no balls and buys, leg buys, things like that, that can all add up in the end, and that has to be kind of like contained at that point. Yeah.
Yep. And as it is Moosa, I think it definitely favors the batting batsman. So with that said, 5.5 is a very achievable white ball down the leg. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly right. This was
Common
the second
discourse.
one quite down the leg side, so looks like Bertram is still trying to find his rhythm there.
Masood is playing late very well. He's trying to go square between point and cover region, just to get a cut and
Yeah.
then see if he can hit a boundary or so.
Yeah,
Just a
that's
little
exactly right. You said it. He just placed it between point and cover because there's a deep extra cover there.
Yep.
But that was an easy single that they could manage.
Exactly. That's actually, if you look at a 30, within a 30, there are a couple of gaps, and they can always make a single either onside or offside if they just push the ball and go. The fielders are all on 30-yard marker. So if you just play with a soft hand, I mean, that's a key actually at the turf. Soft hand and push it, and then you one is on.
Absolutely. And that's all that USA team needs to really do, right? I mean, they just need to place it and take their ones and twos, keep the strike rotating, and per over if they get their 6 runs or so, I think they'll be all right, so long as no wickets are lost.
Yeah. The only concern I see is we are in a second set, that second session exactly, and I call it set. Yeah, second session, and then the run rate is creeping up a little bit.
A little
I
bit,
see.
yes.
Yeah,
yes.
6.43 is still not out of the reach.
Exactly.
I think it's just more of a keeping the cool and then keep chasing it. But I think that's where I think US team probably has to focus on, when to push the pedal a little bit harder and then get within the range, kind of a thing.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, you're right. I mean, in the second session, it has started to climb up a little bit, and there's not been a boundary for a while that I recall. So maybe a boundary here and there will help kind of like the equation at that point. Nicely flicked away on the leg side.
They're going to get 2. I think this is a long run from the mid-wicket fielder to almost a square leg. And they're just returning through the chain.
Yeah, it's a relay.
relay throws happening there, which is, I think we were talking about the fitness. I know I don't expect
No.
them to have a strong arm, but I think this is something I'm sure when you see other team or how the others are doing it, looking at it, they're more like a peer pressure.
Absolutely. And at this point, I would say there will be a handful or less people who can really throw a straight direct throw to the keeper from the boundary line at this point.
Yep.
They would have to relay it out or kind of like have multiple bounces before it reaches really.
But as long as they are happy.
Ooh.
Ball kept low, loud appeal, but umpires
I
are
think
not
it was
out.
going down the leg side.
Yeah, it looked down the leg.
Yeah. So you had mentioned earlier about the Moosa Stadium and the ground and everything. I mean, it definitely looks like a batting paradise in that sense, kind of like, except for the balls that stay low.
Yes.
And one thing we noticed is kind of like with the Pacers, the ball tends to stay lower, and with the spinners who are flighting it, there's a much better bounce, and it's kind of like interesting the way it kind of like plays out.
Yeah, I think my take is there is a combination of ball either skids through.
Yep.
And so keeps the ball bounce low. But I think I have seen both ways. In fact, I had a conversation with the groundsman who built the pitch. The comment was, yeah, this will all depend on who's bowling. And that's we were talking on the boundary, and then we're gonna get one. And this is a 4-run.
Okay, that was
Right on square
nice.
leg.
Nice,
Yeah,
nicely pulled away. Yeah.
Manzar. Yeah, thank you, Manzar.
Yes, that was needed
For-
for the USA team.
Anyway, yeah.
So you were talking to the groundsperson. What did he have to say?
The comment was pitch is gonna bounce and also skid both ways. It will keep low if you not use a shoulder. So I think the point is, this pitch is pretty unique. There's not much of a grass, but it's a really hard clay.
It's really hard clay. Absolutely right. Yeah.
So the ball can bounce. Another
Beautifully played.
sweet
Behind the
shot,
keeper.
ball is going to the fine
Keeper
leg.
trying to give
Square.
it a chase.
Advantage. Ball
And
stopped. They ran 3.
oh, that was interesting. Kind of like the ball stopped within inches. Looked like
Within
from
inches.
the boundary line.
Yeah.
And in fact, when Canada had a similar situation, they managed to run 4 runs without the boundary line crossing. They ran 4 inside the ground.
Yeah, and that's very possible actually. I mean, I also there are a few sites of the Moosa ground. I mean, especially where we are. I mean, I would say that boundary could be almost 75 yard.
Yeah.
So that way, yeah, you have a chance. And if you have no field placement, somebody has to literally go and fetch it.
Exactly right.
And that
yes.
makes it automatically 4
Yeah.
run if you are runners.
And I couldn't agree with you more. Looks like the boundary is definitely kind of like it's a long boundary. Yeah.
So we were talking about the good over. Now we suddenly had one. 10
Yes.
runs last over. I think US team would be pretty excited.
Yes, absolutely, and that helped to bring down the required run rate to 6.30 at this point. So looks like Manzar and Masood are pacing themselves well, kind of like not getting carried away with pushing it too hard, just
Yeah.
pacing it at an even pace.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would from a Canadian side, if they kind of work on the bowling penetration, if I may call it, just a ball that creates more chances, that would automatically put change the situation. Right now, looks like the batsmen are able to see the ball well and then play to the merit.
Absolutely right. I think they look pretty comfortable overall, kind of like playing both the bowlers from the Canadian side. So that
Sure.
was nicely.
Short single and very good fielding and throw actually. So Manzar moves to 46. Lofted the ball on the long on, between long on and long off, but literally in the middle towards the side screen. They ran for 2. So Masood is taking a little bit of a chance, which is, I think, maybe the part of the strategy. One has to go and second has to hold the end.
Could very well be the case, and Masood sees the ball pretty well from the beginning, so I think he is kind of like opening up a little bit earlier than what we would expect him to, but I think that might be the strategy, like you rightly said. So
Yeah. In fact, I would say good footwork. Now it's a square. Hit the ball in the... It's gonna
oh
go
yeah,
f-
that will be a boundary.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
did he
yeah,
stop it?
excellent
Wow. Okay.
Excellent stop by the running across all the way, like 20 yard, I would call it, from a mid cow corner to pretty much mid wicket, I would call it.
Yes.
An excellent fielding by the fielder there.
Very
Saved
well
2
covered.
runs.
Yes.
Actually saved 1 run because they ran 3. So Masood, who was playing a little slow, now he's pretty much caught up with his strike rate.
Yep, exactly right.
Another good shot. to the
Yeah,
mid.
but straight to the fielder, so they could manage only one. It was hit hard, but that in fact helped the fielding side because it went straight to the fielder without much effort. Batsman could manage only one run.
$94 for 3, 18.5. I think US probably team would be extremely happy even if they touch 100 with the 20 overs. I think. What do you think, they're gonna go for 2 now?
No, I think, and it's better not to
Because
because
they have runs all running between. Yeah.
yeah.
They
No,
ran 7 this over? 8 this over.
so it was a good over for USA at that point again.
8 runs.
Yes, it was definitely a good over. They managed to get good runs inside the ground itself. Yes.
So last 2 overs they have scored 18 runs.
Oh, that's nice. So I'm sure they will be happy with that.
Yep. So the second session, I think compared to, they have already added from a 70 runs, the first drinks, now
Mhm.
25 in 4, which is just over 6 runs, 6.25.
Right, exactly.
Which
I
is
think
a-
we are back to where we were at the drink streak, right? Roughly, kind of like,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
So,
So I think they're building the partnership very well.
right, and the strike rate is also kind of like pretty up there at close to 100 for Masood, 15 runs of 17 balls, and Manzar is just slightly behind with 47 runs of 52 balls.
Yeah.
It has been pretty impressive the way Manzar has kind of like played some of the shots and the boundaries that he got earlier. Lately, kind of like there was only one boundary that we saw in the second last over. And looks like we have a new bowler coming into the attack. We have Krishna coming. And Masood has played it nicely on the leg side. Long on player just gets it into the bowler, and they could manage one run at that point. Nicely played by Manzar, but straight to the fielder again, and they could manage only one run, but very cleanly picked up by Manzar. Krishna is the new bowler, so they have to kind of like just get a little bit of a feel for what he's bowling and how he's bowling. Once again played down the leg side towards long on by Masood, and they take another single. So 3 balls, 3 runs so far in this over.
Yeah. I think they're seeing the ball well for sure. And then I also noticed that footwork. At least they are going to the pitch of the ball and then pushing it at their will.
Yeah, and that's key, right? Because if the ball stays low and you kind of like are not having proper footwork, you are inviting trouble.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened to USA team yesterday. We almost played a 20-20 format, 22 overs because of rain delay, and quite a few ball we had to go across, and I myself got an LBW.
Oh yeah, I mean sometimes you are absolutely right. You have to X-ray it and you kind of like try to do different things, and it can kind of like backfire at that point, unfortunately.
Another single down the fine leg. I think the batsmen definitely are able to rotate at will, which is a very good sign for US.
Yes, for
And
USA definitely they look pretty comfortable facing the Canadian bowlers at this time.
I think from a Canadian side, the key would be who else they could deploy from a bowling who may bring some. This was Krishna was a change bowler, and the first over. So I think he seemed to turn the ball, but I think let's see what he does from a variation standpoint and next over. See if that puts some challenges for the
True.
existing batsman.
Right. So in
US
his first
batsman.
over he gave 4 runs, but I think like you said, kind of like we just have to wait and watch and see what he has in his armory.
Very interesting. 20 overs, 99. So they are one short of my expectation.
But I'm sure USA won't complain about that.
Yeah. I mean, I speak to both. I think the Canadian, I mean, definitely this is a 5 overs. They haven't had a breakthrough. So just mathematically, they had 3 wickets in the first session. Second session, they ought to have 1 break. And this would be a concern. I'm pretty sure that dressing room and the coach managers, they might be wondering about it. But almost a full toss. Played it as a fine leg. Ball is going towards the boundary. Not a boundary.
It's not going to cover. Yeah, not going to cross the boundary line.
One more thing, Mirbai, you got to notice that the grass can grow pretty quickly here, especially when it rained yesterday.
Exactly. I was going to say the same thing, that yesterday in the morning it was kind of like raining quite heavily, and after that around maybe 1 o'clock or so, then the sun started coming out, and it has been a very beautiful sunny day, and the grass looks good, but definitely kind of like it grows very quickly also.
Yes, I think it's coming from almost the time of the year's hibernation to any kind of a positive change, favorable condition. They're gonna just prosper just like that.
Exactly right. Well played by Manzar. It was a good delivery. So Bertram is back in the attack right now.
Yep. One thing, Mirbai, I wanted to ask you, because I spoke on that one, the Masters concept. What kind of a positive changes it brought to your life?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm glad you asked me that question. I played a lot of college cricket, and after when I came to the US for almost 7 years, I didn't know that cricket was being played in Southern California until I accidentally ran into someone who kind of like at a pizza parlor, and we started talking, and he said, "Why don't you come and play with us?" And that's when I started back in the 80s, and I've been involved with cricket for like last 30 years with SCCA, Southern California Cricket Association, playing and having a team in the league. But then the last few years, kind of like I've been busy with my real estate on the weekends and not playing as much, so I was missing it big time. So when I came across this Masters over 50 or 60 thing, I kind of like was so excited that I kind of wanted to get back into playing, and this is so much fun because it has definitely helped me make a lot of new friends across the country. And like we talked earlier, it has kind of like motivated me to kind of like eat healthier, stay fitter, get kind of like get in shape so that we can perform well. And it is really exciting, and all this is really building up to the World Cup that we are going to be playing in Australia in September for the O60 USA team. And that is kind of like the dream for a lot of us playing for the country. And it has really kind of like I hate to be kind of like repeating it, but it is a second innings in life that I'm really looking forward to, and I'm so grateful for this opportunity to be involved with the Masters. It's a wonderful organization, and I could not imagine kind of like making friends from all part of the country in such a short time, and it's a wonderful bunch of people that have come together and really committed, because it's all voluntary work. It's just the passion that drives us, basically. So.
No, and thank you, Mirbai, for sharing that. I think I concur 100% and second everything you said. To me, I think I had spoken the same thing earlier. To me, when it was brought to me from Shah Saab,
Right,
from Dallas, he said, "Hey, there's something like that." I thought it was one time.
Oh my God.
Batsman is not happy.
So looks like Krishna has managed to get the break that the Canadian side was looking for. Batsman is not happy. I think he probably is indicating that he got a bat to the thing, but the umpire's call at that point, so there's not much the batsman can really do about. So Masood is out. LBW to Krishna. Let's look at the replay real quick. The camera angle was such we could not really see the whole frame because the bowler was right in the center.
But I'm sure this replay would be watched over and over, and such conflict and some disconnects will happen. I think the true intent is to just play with the spirit and then move on.
That's the only thing we can do, and we have to accept it as it comes. It's unfortunate if that has happened, but it is what it is. The umpires call what they see on the field, I guess, and we just have to accept it and move on. We just have to play.
Yeah. One thing I love about cricket is it teaches you how to move on so quickly, actually.
Very, very well said. Yes,
and
absolutely.
And the only thing, in fact, I would quote it. In fact, I've seen it when the time to move on is all directly proportional to what you have done today. I mean, if you have made a century and you get out, you'll be happy to move on very quickly.
Absolutely.
Because you have achieved one of the desirable goals. Whereas if you're out on our very first few balls or not what you had desired to do, you will have a discontent.
Absolutely right, and that's where I think some of the spiritual aspect really comes in also, which is maintaining the equilibrium.
Correct.
Do not get carried away with the joys, or do not get saddened by the upsets or sorrows, ups and downs in life. It's part of it. Just take it as it comes and move on. That's it.
Live the present, and then
exactly right.
Not worry about. Let's say this is one game which retrains you how to move on quickly. I personally believe in that.
No, I totally agree, SP. That's exactly what it is. You have to kind of like just enjoy every moment, live, and just move on. Because if you brood on it, you kind of like will not get anywhere.
You'll become a negative body.
Yep, exactly. You don't want that, SP.
Exactly.
So Dharmendra is the new batsman in, replacing Masood. And they just took a single, so Munzir is back on strike.
So I wanted to just finish the comments I was making on the
Yes,
Masters
please.
concept. So last year when I started playing, I thought this was a one-time event, and I was extremely happy. I didn't think the journey would be. This was just a spark which is gonna go next in almost another year. I thought, wait a minute. I turned 50 last year, and because of middle of COVID, there was no celebration whatsoever. I thought this was my birthday party celebration. And I literally said, Shah Sahab, I mean, tell me what I need to do to be part of it. I mean, he said, yeah, we have a spot for one more, and then you can sign up. And I did that, and I was in, obviously.
Awesome.
He recruited me, I would call it. So I thank him enough, and thank you, Parak Bhai, for
wonderful.
that. And the journey begins, and then now we have played. Since then, we have had 2 international tours, and then 4, maybe.
We had 3 tournaments,
tournaments,
yes.
National tournaments. This is, I mean, it's hard to keep track of, to be honest. Yeah.
In a short time, Masters definitely has achieved a lot, and we have managed to kind of like have the zonals and the open and the international tournament here that's going on. So it's really incredible kind of like what we have achieved in a short time.
Yeah.
And the individuals that you mentioned, kind of like Parak Bhai and Shah Bhai and Arun Bhai, Khurram Bhai, Janak Bhai, everybody has contributed so much to the game and to the Masters organization. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and one more thing, this is purely some of my colleagues who went to UK tour with us, they will relate to it. And then obviously I'm just coming to just purely my own the excitement and happiness how I attached to 83 movie that obviously Kapil Dev captaining and winning the first World Cup for India. His great inning in 175, the dressing room scene, and then the type of environment, ambience what was shown in the movie. When we went to UK, we had exact similar situation.
Oh, what a feeling that must have been, right?
So coming, and obviously when we went to tour in September last year, movie comes this year. So it felt like we were not part of the 83 movie, but then it felt like we were the cast. So it was just true feeling, amazing.
Nice.
Feeling.
I can just imagine how fulfilling that could be, and so satisfying that inner kind of like feeling would be. It is kind of like just like you are in heaven at that point, really.
Exactly. I mean, we being from an Indian subcontinent, we attach a movie song and we get emotional about the movie and
because
how
you connect with, yes, exactly.
Connect.
Yes.
So that connection with the cricket, I never thought I would have that, and that I cannot thank enough for the whole thing experience. Oh, big shot.
Oh, no, that's very well taken on the boundary line. So Manzar gets out to a catch, nicely taken on long on.
Has done the damage.
Yep, so looks like Canadian side is going to really be happy that they got Manzar out at this time and Masood in the previous over.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a big blow.
The Canadian team is really coming back strong. I can see that they have had 2 breakthroughs. One brings 2. I mean, they have had 2 wickets. Now this was very, I would say, enticing bowling from Bertram, and then he had him caught on the long on, and it was a
Yes.
very well judged catch actually.
Yeah, I didn't really have to make much effort, but very well judged, very cleanly taken, and that is definitely a big blow for the USA team at this time.
Do you think this could be a turning point?
It definitely is going to put a lot of pressure on the USA team. There's no question about it. But yeah, I would say kind of like right now the balance is in favor of Canadian team right now.
What would you do if you were captain, by people, let's say defending captain, trying to chase the another 150 odd runs? What would you do in the dressing room?
Just tell the batsman you have to play the 45 overs out,
Correct.
not take any chances, even though the ball might be enticing and tempting to you. Don't go for the uppish shots, because we just saw Munzer unfortunately got carried away with that after having kind of like been at the crease for such a long time and batted beautifully. But one mistake is all that costs the batsman, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what we have to put our head down and just play kind of like sensibly and just take the runs as they come. Obviously, you want to pace it, but you don't want to kind of like take chances with uppish shots at that point. So just,
Yeah.
I would say, play the 45 overs out. That's the main thing, and don't lose wickets because the pressure will build otherwise.
Yeah, and one more thing, if I may add, purely this is my experience too. Bhai, I firmly believe the partnerships can be built at any down. 5 is just a number. You could build a partnership at 9 down, and even 8 down, 7 down, 6 down. So they have still a lot of batting to go.
Yes, absolutely.
Key is keeping the cool, and then believing in yourself that if they could do it, we could do it.
Very,
And
very
play
true.
45, yeah.
Absolutely. And I mean, USA does have a good deep batting lineup, but you just have to have one good partnership and believe in yourself and not panic at that point. So that is absolutely correct. You just have to kind of like play your game, believe in yourself. Doesn't matter what number you're going to bat at. You have a role to play. You just fulfill it. Wayne has come in at the fall of Munzer's wicket. Wayne is a very good all-rounder left-handed batsman, and Wayne has been the MVP for the tournaments that we had in Los Angeles and thereafter
yeah.
in Houston in February as well.
Yeah, so Wayne definitely is a key to carry forward. Let's see if he already knows how the pitch is playing. He saw Mukesh actually play from the Canadian side, how to really bat on this spinner pitch.
Absolutely
so I think,
right.
And then prior to that, his own teammate Munzer had a glorious 54. I thought he was playing very well. I think his aggression was a little bit ill-timed.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he batted beautifully, had a good innings, but I'm sure he is not happy with himself that he got carried away at that juncture, because the USA team definitely needed him to be there at this time.
Yeah, it's all
So
about
the
the
run rate
choices.
has also jumped up
Yeah.
now to 6.73 with
Yeah.
the loss of 2 quick wickets. So the pressure is on USA for sure.
Yeah, these are the dilemma, or I would say the mystery of cricket. Right, things
Right.
happen with the ball, and then you regret or you celebrate.
So actually, when we were talking about partnerships, I'm just recollecting in February when we had the tournament here in Houston as well. In one of the games for the O60 Reds versus Blues, Dharmendra and Wayne had a beautiful partnership, and they really pulled it out for their team when they were struggling. These two really kind of like paced it very nicely, took their singles and brought the run rate up, and they won the game actually. For their team. So let's see what they can do today, because they have a good understanding and kind of like they batted very sensibly at that time.
Yep. I think it's a rebuild phase, I would call it. Both the batsmen are fresh. If you look at the numbers, Wayne is playing 1 for 4 while 5 balls now. Dharmendra 2 runs for 5 balls. So both are pretty much the starting cold turkey at this point.
Exactly right. So they just have to kind of like.
That was an edge. It's gonna go for 4. Ball going towards the fine leg square. Third man 4 runs. Yeah. So that was actually a welcome boundary. It doesn't matter how the run comes.
Absolutely right. It's a welcome thing for any team to get the runs. Doesn't matter which way they come. The minute it crosses the boundary line, that's
But it
kind
was.
of
I'm looking at the replay now. I think it was a very well played late. Actually, he knew what he was doing. Yeah. He saw the ball.
Yeah, the wristy kind of like
Wristy,
flick.
yeah, flick,
Yes, absolutely nicely
Yeah.
done. Yeah,
He knew the wicketkeeper was
standing up close. Yes,
close, so he
yes.
could take a chance like that, little bit hard slash, safe.
That was a good ball by Krishna, and Wayne just had to kind of like make sure he defended it and not get yorked. So earlier you mentioned the movie 83, and if I may share something, I saw it in the theater and it was very well made. I really enjoyed it. And after I kind of like went home, I just took a chance and I called Mohinder Amarnath because I'm in contact with him.
Wonderful.
And I was so delighted that he kind of like talked to me, and we kind of like reminisced about that time, and I just was delighted. And right after that I called Balwinder Singh Sandhu also, because last time when I was in Mumbai I wanted to meet with him, and he also kind of like had told me that we'll meet up on a particular date and time, but it didn't materialize. So we had like chatted for almost 20-25 minutes, and with Balwinder it was a little bit interesting because he was the consultant in the movie.
For the movie.
Right.
He was the key architect.
He was the
actually,
key architect behind the scenes.
All the scenes. He collected all the thoughts.
Exactly. So I was very, very delighted to share some of the experiences that he had whilst it was being filmed and everything. And Ranveer Singh, I think he is an outstanding actor who gets into his character totally. And Balwinder also kind of like echoed the same thing, that I mean it was a treat to just see him, how he got into Kapil Dev's character and played it so beautifully.
Yeah.
So this one...
Yeah, I think just going back to the non-Bollywood part of it, I personally see certain movies, I literally see them as a more like a primer to cricketing skills actually. When we play cricket, when you see those kind of movies, I mean, if you look at it, 83 movie was not just movie for us being an Indian. In fact, it was a movie to tell the world that, hey, you can earn your respect only if you believe in yourself. And that's exactly what Kapil Dev taught us.
Absolutely right, and you said it well, SP. I cannot agree more. I mean, that's beautifully put.
Yeah. One of the things that I took away was, I mean, it's so funny. I mean, if you really dig into it, you can almost do an MBA, like how to manage your emotions. Kapil Dev, on the one side, did not know how to speak English. That was used as an advantage. I mean, it's amazing when you see it back on a rear view mirror. I mean, he did not know English, and that's the reason he wouldn't go to the press conferences, and he would use his shoes with that, clean his shoes with that. I mean, what an irony, right?
Yeah, exactly. How you turn around a situation to your advantage and kind of like make the most of it when you believe in yourself. Correct. And your team members. It's all about kind of like uplifting everyone together.
Correct. So I think one thing I mean, I don't profess, but I try to follow how to cut the noise. I mean, you could see in that movie how to cut the noise. You could go and attend the press conference and, make a noise for yourself and keep more noise in your head and go nowhere. Whereas Kapil said, you know what? I can clean my shoes and do what I came here to do.
Exactly.
And he performed.
Absolutely right. And actions speak louder than words, right? At that point. So he proved it with his actions.
Exactly. Yeah. So a lot of lessons to learn. In fact, my son is here next to me. In fact, he brought me, born and raised in US. I remember when he was a 10th grader, we watched Lagan movie from, I guess, 2003. And many times, because that's the only movie we would watch cricket, and then almost see how the Bollywood version of cricket and how we can breathe English.
Right.
And then so his history teacher said, hey, maybe for whatever reason, I mean, they wanted to watch the movie in the class, so they invited me as a consultant or a visitor who would talk about the movie and explain to them what cricket is. I brought my kit bag and I talked about cricket. In fact, I made some notes on how you can benefit from this movie.
Nice.
And it was an excellent Management 101 class.
Oh, nice.
So history class became Management 101 because if you look at it, the movie was all about people who did not know cricket, but yet the result was achieved.
Navigated through all that.
The result was achieved.
Absolutely, yeah. Challenges were there, but you navigated and managed the things right, and you proved it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So for
that is interesting.
Yeah. For non-cricketings, it was so I had to show them my kit bag and say, hey, come on, feel it, guys. This is the ball, this is the bat, this is pad, things like that. So they all had loved it. I have good memory of those.
Nice.
That's my social service.
Okay. I'll share one more thing later on. Right now, USA is at 118 for 5 in 25.1 overs, Krishna is back into the attack, and Dharmendra is batting with Wayne. Both of them are kind of like new to the crease, so let's see what how they build up the partnership for USA, which is needed by USA. It's extremely critical that they get a good partnership going. Yeah.
So just an observation, Amir, right? 140 to go, just about 139, 20 overs to go, 7 runs. This is a classical 2020 over game left, if I may call it. But again, I always attach 140 runs as a dicey. It goes anywhere.
Yeah.
So right now it's anyone's game.
It is still anyone's game, but the run rate has definitely climbed up at this point
Yes.
to 7.08.
Yeah.
So let's see, kind of like Dharmendra can really hit the ball hard. So if he gets going, USA will be delighted to see that. But even otherwise, if they take their ones and twos and keep the 7 runs and over thing, 7 runs per over going, then they'll be happy with that without losing a wicket at this stage.
Yeah. No, I was my comment earlier was more towards when you play 2020 format. If you have to chase 140, it's very hard to make up your mind whether to go or defend and play it at the end. So it's kind of a dicey chase.
I hear you.
So
Yes.
so we are in a similar spot, so it could be anyone's game. So 160 is easy to chase, 120 is easy to chase because you can set up your mind.
Pace it that
But
way. Yes.
140 is somewhat in the middle. So you don't know whether to go early or go late.
Exactly right. Because when you kind of like try to accelerate and do something kind of like a little crazy, then with the loss of wicket, the pressure will build up completely.
Yeah, the ball is going towards the boundary and it'll be 4
And
runs.
it has crossed the boundary line.
Yeah. So Wayne is putting pressure on the pedal now. I mean he's trying to push it a little bit, but I think that was a very well played shot. He saw all the fielders inside the 30. He went over their head, over the point, backward point region for 4.
So talking about the social service thing, in our temple in Southern California also, I did a class every year for the cultural, like under 15 children, and explaining to them the game of cricket, because they kind of like had heard about cricket and things like that but never really played it. So I would do like a theory, and then after that showing them the practical side of it. So I would play one like small game with them, and they really all enjoyed that. So yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's interesting to kind of like try and get our kids in this generation kind of like still keeping their interest in cricket. So
Oh, that's wonderful, Mirbai. In fact, just to add to that, I mean, that was a school visit. I called it social. In fact, one entire year, 1.5, I would call it, back in 14 and 15 in Dallas. Dallas Cricket Club, DCC, we call it, is one of the premier clubs. So I was part of them, and I, in fact, chose to play with all under 14, under 15 kids. So my son was one of the primary drivers. I was the kids who was part of it. I was one of the playing dad / coach / captain / vice captain, whatever you call it. So I could drive the game.
Multiple caps you were wearing and kind of like helping them, right?
It was extremely satisfying because, hey, you're trying to pass on some skills that the kids can, use it in life, and then obviously give them a real life situation. One of the things I notice is the kids who are born here and the kids who are born in our back home, they seem to have a different level of aggression at that age when it comes to cricketing shots and how they chase it.
Absolutely.
So those examples have to be told them right at that point.
Absolutely.
So I believed in those, and I think that, and I can see the results. 7 years later, quite a few, in fact, are a national circle now.
Oh, is that right? That's how satisfying is that?
Very
Amazing,
satisfying,
amazing.
I mean, in fact,
that's
one of the gentlemen, I wouldn't say I have coached them, but I have just played with them 1 year. Karthik Gattapalli, you watch out the name.
Okay.
You will hear him, and he's playing very well. And then, in fact, a couple more kids from Dallas. I mean, they're very fast bowler. In fact, another Karthik Lapati. I mean, I think he's studying overseas somewhere else. But then this gentleman, watch out. They will all do very well in life.
Nice. I mean, that will be something kind of like when they make their mark, you feel so good, kind of like that you had some small role in their life, and to see their success, that is what it's all about. The way I also look at it is kind of like this is giving back to the game that has given us so much.
Pay forward, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I believe in. Karthik, and I remember. I mean, he may not remember it, but I attach significant value to it. One of his first 50, him and I had a partnership.
Nice.
And then, for example, seeing a kid, how they have evolved, although he always had a lot of talent, but then how they have,
taking it to
Play
the next level,
next
right?
level, yeah, having a partnership, and then when they start attaching the real cricketing sense to it, it's very satisfying.
Exactly right. So USA is at 125 for 5 at the end of 26.2 overs. So we are still
Yeah.
26th over going.
Yeah,
27th
I think
over going.
as long as the run rate doesn't creep up beyond certain numbers, right now it's hovering around 7. So it probably would be okay from a US point of view. But I think the Canadian side, they just have to keep working on the breaking the partnership.
Right, exactly.
They just cannot allow.
That's a nice pull.
It's gonna go for
Boundary.
4 square leg.
Nice shot by Wayne. It was a short ball on the leg side, nicely pulled away.
I think Wilson balled pretty short. That was a short pitch ball. I think maybe he's a first over. Being a first over, I think it's a little more like a loosener.
Absolutely, yep. So Bertram was replaced by Wilson on this
Wilson,
end.
yeah. So far, he's given away 6 runs in 3 balls. Oh, what a shot over the covers.
Didn't connect as well as he would have liked it, otherwise it would have been a clean boundary there. The fielder had to cover good ground,
But they ran
and
3.
they managed to get 3 easy runs.
Yeah. But what I noticed was this specific shot, Wayne was able to play at will, and that's always a very nice sign. And nice.
I agree
sign.
with
Yeah,
that observation, absolutely correct.
if he's feeling comfortable, he's already at 21. So touch wood.
Yes,
point of
from
view.
US point,
We
yes,
don't wanna
absolutely.
jinx it.
Yes, yes. It's turning out to be a good over for US right now. In 4 balls they have
Played
scored 9
inside out,
runs.
yeah. Dharmendra likes to go for the big shots.
Actually, he does. In his heyday, I hear he was a big hitter and everything. Obviously, kind of like he hasn't played for a while, but getting back into the swing of things. But the other day, when they had this partnership, it was kind of like nicely paced, where they did not go for the big shots, but the ones and twos really kind of like helped them convert that and bring the game in their favor.
9 runs from this last over. That brings the marginally the asking rate to 6.89, which is, I think, must be comforting from a US dressing room.
Right. It was overall a good over for US in that sense. Yes.
18 to go, and then 124, which is still almost like I was saying earlier. It's for 2020 format. So whether you chase, whether you go early, and I think the managing the aggression and when to go aggressive is a key.
Right. When to accelerate, when to hold back a little.
Exactly.
Yep.
I think all in all, it's a good day of cricket. I think may the best team win today.
Yes, absolutely. It has been a fantastic tournament, and this is turning out to be a good game also so far. And Captain Janak is walking back from the field after kind of like maybe having a quick chat with the batsman.
Yeah, I'm very sure Janak probably is telling both Dharmendra and Wayne to keep your head calm and cool, and then keep the pressure just the way they have done so far.
Exactly. No
There's
need to kind of like do anything
yeah,
rash.
You need to manufacture shots.
Exactly right. That is a leg by down the leg side.
I think the Manzar probably he was a key. That was an instinctive shot he played over the midan, and then he just didn't hold him back.
Exactly. Yeah. And the fielder didn't have to move even kind of like 6 inches either way. Kind of like just stood his ground and took it perfectly, very very cleanly taken.
I wish we had a win from yesterday. That would have made the difference, right?
Even the day before yesterday game that we played, it was really gusty winds that were kind of like not helping the bowlers from the other end.
Yeah.
Canada has been very impressive in the field. They are giving it their everything, kind of like getting behind the ball, getting it back to the keeper or the bowler in time, kind of like, and just not kind of like giving any kind of like bonuses in
Yeah.
the field.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing. I cannot read the name, but 60,
Yes.
68 or 60.
Yes, 68, I think.
I
Yeah.
mean, he's amazing fielding, one of the heavier side, but then he actually dove on his left side to stop the ball, and then
And
nice to
prevented the
see-
single at that point. Yes.
Nice to see a third one come and just give him a high five.
Yep. That
Very
camaraderie
nice,
on the
yeah.
off the field is so important, and that is one of the things we learned in cricket, right? I mean,
Yeah, and I think this is one of the byproduct of a Masters. I mean, it brings friends together.
absolutely.
I've
On the
connected with-
field, you
yeah.
play competitive, but at the end of the day, you have a beer together or a drink
Yes.
together,
Yeah,
and kind of like you talk about good times and kind of like just build up on the friendships.
yeah. I think this time around, I think I must say that organization around the whole tournament, the way the way they were kept together in a one hotel, and then how after hours the karaoke events and also the poker night, that made icing on the cake.
Absolutely, it is kind of like the off the field activities
Yeah,
are very
and brought
nicely
people
planned
together.
and brings people together. That's
Yeah.
the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you put away everything and kind of like and just have a good time together. That's it.
Yeah.
So you had a good hand in the karaoke event, and it went off very well with the karaoke performers, and then the professionals, the local professionals from Houston, Dallas area, from Texas, performing and entertaining the crowd, the people
Yeah.
who were present in the room.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. I think that all in all, I think people are. I mean, second inning is all about how to have a focus back onto what is the real purpose. I mean, what's the purpose that they look forward to? I think it has given all of them. I mean, it just help you discover yourself actually.
That is absolutely right. Yes, it is an eye opener in that sense, kind of like that
Yeah.
you get to see some sides of yourself that you had not even seen before.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it's a platform which has made you, what you call explore. I would say like a Dora the Explorer, I would call it, right? So we are 50-year-old kids.
Yep, heading towards our second childhood.
Exactly. I mean, I feel that way sometime, yeah. Mirabai, just a thought. Maybe, I mean, I know you are heavily involved in the over 60 and you're also vice captain to US team over 60. So give our listeners and viewers and also the audience a perspective on your thought process on what goes on, and I mean, anything you can share and shed some lights on.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking, and thanks for kind of like asking me to share my thoughts on that. So, like I mentioned earlier, I think the master organization, especially in the US, it kind of like had over 50 as their main thing that they started with last April, May, that is in 2021. But after that, soon thereafter, the O60 thing was catching on because there was so much interest, and a lot of other countries already have their O60 program in place. So when kind of like that opportunity came along, I was so excited that I wanted to get more and more involved, and I'm so thankful and grateful to the managing committee and the board members of the master organization to kind of like trust me and some of the other ones like Janak Bhai and Khurram Bhai, Arun Bhai, Dr. Atul Rai, to kind of like be the executive committee for the O60 and manage the affairs, and we are trying to do our best to kind of like build it up, and I'm very happy to say that we are happy with the results. We have almost 35 very active players who are kind of like participating from tournament to tournament, and like I mentioned earlier, we are really excited for the World Cup coming up in September, because that is kind of like really what we are working towards right now. All this is building up to that, and definitely these kinds of tournaments and the trials that we had, and then the other open tournament that is coming up in May here in Houston, that'll help us kind of like scout and pick the best of the players that will be representing US at the national level. It's a matter of pride and honor to be playing for the country, and everybody is so excited it's just a delight, like you said. It's like a gleam in the eyes that you see of a child when a child goes to a candy store, right?
Wonderful.
So it's really unbelievable, and
Yeah.
we are very excited and looking forward to that. So
No, thanks, Mirbhai. And in fact, one of the things I noticed, I played over 50, right? So I could still play in this category for next 8 years. Not even 52 yet, but I'll be 52 in July, for example. But the point is, but this over 60 has given me the second revitalization, not the first one. First one was over 50, and then yes, I can personally, anybody who's over 50, they can be part of it. Obviously, you have to compete, but over 60 has given me a second chance because now you have another category, so that gives you a focus. So, do you foresee another over 70 might be coming into?
So over 70 is definitely a big possibility, because this kind of like pack that is in the over 60, once they reach the 70, they are not going to give it up that easily.
Wonderful,
also.
wonderful. So that tells me I have a 20 years of cricket in front of me.
And one step further, SP, actually, now there is a over 40 thing that is picking up also.
I heard
you
that,
heard
yeah.
that, right?
Yes.
So the reason I bring it up is that we have over 40, over 50, over 60, and possibly over 70 coming up also, if that still is not existent. But the thing is, kind of like, the players who are playing in their 30s right now, they won't be having any downtime, so to say. They will have a smooth transition straight into the over 40.
Correct.
So their longevity will be a lot more in terms of playing and being active, and not kind of like cutting off from the game and then reviving it. They will have a smooth transition from one to the other. So I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. One of the things that I have observed, again, I mean, by no means this is a conclusion or where it's going to go. The format is gonna evolve as we go. One thing I can draw parallel to is, and that's what I'm coming from actually, speaking from, I run like half marathon is one of the things I do once in a year. That's just, I used it as a health check. So that I work towards it. Now with the cricket being played so frequently, I can resort to that because I still passion running. But then this cricket automatically puts me into that range where I have to keep myself up to the mark. But coming to the age category, that's what I'm drawing the parallels to. Those half marathons or full marathons, they are all age categorized. It's not about, exactly. So it's not about, if you're a good runner, you go for the kill, you go for the winning.
Right.
I don't.
But just completing that is a task in itself. So that's a big accomplishment, and congratulations for that.
Exactly. So my point is, for example, I pace 8 minutes 48 seconds.
That's very impressive.
Which can be brag, yes. But the point is, let's say it dropped to 9.01. So I look at marginal drop, but over the years, which is fine. But the point I'm trying to make is, I try to look at the chart and see if I maintain this pace, when will I get a gold? So I could see that if I maintain 9.01, I might get a gold at the age of 75. So because that age group, that's what.
Right. Wow.
So where I'm going with this one is, this age group is the right parallel.
It is
the marathons, the half marathons in this country.
Right.
And the only parallel which I cannot draw yet is the short format. They keep it in a day. And then where we keep the cricket for the long event. So it doesn't mean I'm trying to draw a conclusion, hey, we need to make the format shorter. But where I'm going with this one is, there is an absolute parallel to these two events.
How lovely.
And I'm sure it's going to evolve.
That's a good analogy that you just kind of like shared with us, and thank you for that. And we will be rooting for you for the gold at 75 also.
You know Fauja Singh from Canada, Kenya, I think he's a gentleman who ran, by the way, I don't have the stats correct, but I think he is one of those Guinness Book record holder running a full marathon after almost age of 95 or almost 100.
Oh wow.
He just took 9 hours to finish it. But what a gold medal.
What unbelievable.
You don't need gold medal for that.
No, that is kind of like such a great accomplishment. It's just awesome.
Long distance, to me, it's not only about
conditioning.
It's also conditioning, but anyway, it's just...
That is nice. Yeah.
Helps with the bat long too, by the way.
So Krishna is continuing from the other end. He is bowling pretty good. And USA is at 149 for 5. From 29.5 overs. So the run rate has, again, the required run rate has gone up to 7.12 at this point. And Wayne goes for a shot that goes to the third man area, and they take a single, easy single there, and that's the end of Krishna's over. So we are at 150 for 5.
So this is the drink break number 2. So if you look at it, we first drinks we were 70. I mean, US were not say we means I shouldn't say being trying to be neutral. US were 70 for 3. The second they have added 80 runs and lost only 2 wickets. So with that said, they're exactly at 5 runs and they have a remaining chase 15 over 7.13. It's anyone's game.
It's still anybody's game, absolutely right. And I mean, when the 2 wickets were lost quickly, kind of like the pressure was definitely on USA. But both of these batsmen, Wayne and Dharmendra, have been batting very sensibly. And that I'm sure kind of like after the break, kind of like they will continue to do the same, pace it out and kind of wait for the bad balls to kind of like try and kind of like get the runs, but otherwise just take their 1s and 2s and keep the momentum still going without losing a wicket basically. So
how about maybe we also take a little break?
Let's do that. It has been
We'll
a
be
pleasure
back in a few
talking to
minutes.
you, SP, and
Yep.
we will continue later. And again, thank you very much. It
Yeah,
has
and
been a
it was
pleasure.
a pleasure talking to you too, Mirbai. Thanks for sharing all the insightful information about over 60 and what the great work you're doing for the US cricket.
Thank you so much, SP. That's very nice of you, and looking forward to kind of like being associated and making. I mean, you and I also met through this Masters organization.
Yes.
So
What a wonderful platform. Brings the right people together. Right? I wish I met you earlier.
Exactly right. But now we have to make the most of it going forward, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. It doesn't matter when you start. That's what I said,
Absolutely,
yeah.
exactly.
Wonderful.
Very
We'll
good.
see you
Thank
guys
you.
in few.
Thank
Yeah.
you, SP. Thank you.
Canadian team got an important breakthrough with the wind getting bold. And looks like it's still anyone's game at this point though, because it's really a 2020 format if you look at it. 107 runs to go, although run rate is creeping up to 7.3. But again, this is the cricket, anything can happen. But from a Canadian team standpoint, they started very well the third session, the very first over. They got the wicket, and they must be very pleased with the bowling from Wilson. One run towards the cover region and just strolled across. It's very interesting how this is turning out to be. It's going to be very tough competition, looks like it. But again, the 4 wickets to go for US and obviously 100 runs. So this is achievable the way the pitch is playing. But again, from a Canadian side, they probably have to make sure that they keep taking wickets in the right intervals or as soon as they can, so they have the grip. But couldn't ask for a better game, better than that actually today. So it's a nice day, and then they are making full use of it. That ends the over. The good news is the 5. It gave 5 runs. The average is still 5, and the ask is now 7.29. The remaining 14 overs. So Masood Sheikh is going to join me. Masood is part of the over 60 US team. Thank you, Masood Bhai, for joining us.
Pleasure to be with you, SP.
Yep. Why don't you share, Masood Bhai, your journey about the Masters over 50 and over 60. I'm sure we all started playing with the over 50, now with over 60. Tell a little bit about the viewers and audience about your experience so far.
It's been a fantastic run. A lot of people have put in a lot of effort into bringing this to US, and first of all, credit to all of those people who have volunteered and built this organization, as well as continue to engage more and more people from around the country. And I know I played the over 50, and once this opportunity came up, it was a no-brainer. So this tournament has absolutely been fantastic from all angles. I mean, the effort that people have put in, the work that's gone into all of this has been absolutely fantastic. So thank you to the organizers. And this is definitely a great second innings for people
Wonderful,
of my age.
Yep. No, and that's what I was talking to Mir by earlier. That for it's over 60 is a byproduct of over 50 platform. And essentially it was over 50. Now suddenly we obviously recognize that there's a need for over 60, and I do foresee a need for over 70 at some point. So do you foresee over 70 would be coming in the pipeline?
I think it all depends on the engagement of people. As we know, we have a limited pool of resources who have been playing cricket, and so it makes it a little bit challenging. I think once the cricket picks up here, and once it gets to school level, I think that's when we will see a real growth of the sport in this country. But for now, I believe from what I see and the number of people who are playing over 50 and over 60, as you get above over 50, it starts to thin out.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
that's a big challenge that we will have in order to create a over 70. But
Yeah.
of course, in 10 years, I'm sure there will be a lot of people available.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think you are the pioneer, right? I mean, your age group. I mean, over 60. I mean, obviously there'll be a situation where, in fact, I see a step further. I mean, I was trying to my parallel. I draw parallel to the running long distance, where the age groups are 5 years apart. So essentially, I see 55, 65 categories, and essentially why? Because it just makes that age group, or for regardless for any age group, that makes a big difference, advantage or disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, look at soccer, right?
Yep.
It started about 30 years or so back in this country.
Yep.
Went to college level, school level, mid school, elementary school, high school. And now I know that there are leagues that are even above 70.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I think
There's a parallel to it.
there's absolutely,
Yeah.
and of course soccer is played in a lot more countries around the world, and there is a greater population from, especially from like South and Central America, as well as Africa and other Asian countries where cricket is not played yet. Soccer population that follows soccer, that population exists in the US.
Yep.
So much bigger pool, but I think cricket is growing, and the people who are promoting it are doing a fantastic job. I mean, having facilities like the ones we are playing here in Houston, kudos to the people like Saki Muhammad and Tanveer and others who have built these facilities and are promoting cricket.
Yeah, no, they are visionary in my regard. I mean, in my books. I was one more thing. I mean, just to get the thought-provoking ideas, right? I mean, one is running. I run, so I can draw parallel to it, because the age groups and how different age group the instead of calling it handicap, they're even what is a par, running, pacing speed, things like that. Whereas in cricket, I think we probably will have to draw something similar. Should we start going different age groups? Because maybe instead of calling it a handicap, I would say what is the right level of accommodations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to make it
Absolutely.
interesting.
Yeah, I think one of the things that definitely needs to happen, and which is happening all over the world in cricket anyways, where we have gone from test cricket to 3-day cricket to 1-day cricket, and now 2020, and in some cases even 10-over matches and 6-over matches, right?
Exactly. You said it all.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that I will definitely recommend, and these conversations are taking place today in during this tournament, is that as you engage people at a age level above 50, like 60 and 70, that you need to shrink the format.
Correct.
Because I think it really doesn't make sense to
I agree.
play 45 over matches for over 60 and over
One-
70 people. So
Mhm.
they definitely have to shrink the overs, maybe shorten the boundary a little bit, and that's going to engage more people. I think today a lot of people, I think, get discouraged just thinking that they have to play 45 over matches. I mean, I know for fact there are professional players who don't want to play 50 over ODI matches.
Oh,
They just want to play 2020.
No, you said it all actually, Pastor Bhai. I mean, the point I look at it is, the accommodation has to be not only the shorter format, but it also has to be time. So that way, it's a fun. I mean, the purpose behind is, in my opinion, really, Masters has given me two things. It has given me refocus on the health, and given me opportunity to reconnect with the people who I have not connected. Given me opportunity to have more friends. So with that said, I think, let's say you shrink the time, but then also shrink the overs maybe, but you give them more time. So you're accommodating both ways.
Absolutely. I think that will bring a greater number of interested players.
Yep.
Because today, I mean, I know that after every game, people are hurting. And especially in the last 15-over session, it's becoming apparent that players are struggling.
Hurting.
And last 5 overs, in my opinion, are going to be useless for age levels above 60 and 70.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. It's and also it just opens eye a little bit more on, if you have to play this format, what it takes to basically what it takes to get there for the other six. What do you do on the other 6 days, basically, when you play on a 7th day cricket match, for example? So other 6 days are extremely important, how to manage yourself. So it's just kind of an eye opener.
Listen, fitness in every sport is extremely important,
yeah.
right? And especially this age group, it is absolutely paramount that people focus on fitness, or there are going to be injuries. And I don't know if you've been to the over 60 locker room, but it smells like Bengay. So, and I think we were talking about getting sponsors and stuff, and people were saying that, Bengay and Advil would be the most likely sponsors of
Heart surgeons?
this league. Yeah, heart surgeons, absolutely. So I think
Cardiologist, yeah.
But then again, this is just starting, right? So
Starting, yeah.
I think there will be more and more countries that will have seat at the table internationally, and they will start to bring a little bit more coherence and sense to having these international events.
Yeah.
Because I know that at this age, everybody, like when I was playing 50, every person in the 50 age group tries to prove that they are 40. And everybody who's playing in over 60, they're trying to prove they're 50, right?
Yeah.
So nobody wants to really admit that they're hurting or anything.
Yeah.
But I think we need to definitely consider the format of the cricket, as well as, that definitely is going to bring about not just engagement from players' perspective, but I think viewership will also increase.
Increase, exactly. Yeah, I think it's a combination of both. One is most of us who are, if you look at the initial face value, like, I want to play cricket second inning after 50, but then now it makes you also think what it takes to play it on a regular basis. So that something is going to go through evolution process. Again, the format may change and people may change their health regimen, and then also try to be more fitter to play here.
Yeah, and even, I'm looking at this boundary, right? The first day I came, I said, this boundary is made for professional players, right? It's about 75 yard plus.
Correct.
Boundary. Now, if you look at IPL and stuff and other major big bash, they put short boundaries because they want to create some excitement for the viewers, and they want it to be fun.
Exactly.
Now, you have 60-plus-year-old athletes playing here, and it's almost impossible to hit a 6, right? So why not make it more fun, right? Bring it to 65. Let them have fun. Let the game be more exciting to everybody.
I think those are all. It's the evolution process,
Absolutely.
and we're gonna get there. I think the fundamentally what I really see is it has given a lot more excitement and focus to people who are engaged and who have benefited from it. And
Absolutely.
I'm sure this is the right level of infection, I would call it, not the COVID infection, but we need to have.
Yeah, that's a bad word these days.
Exactly. We've forgotten about it now.
Yeah. But so what do you think about the game?
No, it's a perfect day, and then the way Canadians put a team, I personally felt Mukesh played a wonderful knock-off, or 1 or 2 not out. I mean, he literally demonstrated how to bat on this pitch, and then US team obviously is going along with that. I mean, right now, I think it's going to be anyone's game, actually.
I totally agree. I think, like they say, it's not over until
the last ball is bowled, yeah.
The last ball is bowled.
Yeah.
So we are going to fight. We will continue to. And we have proven that in the past, right?
Yes.
In this tournament, we against the same team. And it was in the 45th over, on the 5th ball, when we reached the target.
Yeah.
So, if I was Canada, I wouldn't yet uncork the champagne or
no, it's too early.
light up the cigar.
No,
So
absolutely, I agree. Couldn't agree more with you. In fact, 7.4. I mean, at 11.2 hours to go. This is achievable. It's just a matter of who keeps the cool.
That's
I
right.
mean, they certainly have done actually extremely well. Canadians team taking the wicket on a very first over on a third session. That's commendable.
Yeah.
So they definitely had a good conversation in the locker room, and then they probably come and execute it. Getting Wayne out is probably a big blow for US team, isn't it?
It was absolutely. I mean, I think that Canadians have done a phenomenal job in the field as well as in the batting when they were batting. I think we just lost
the
wicket.
catch. Yeah, Dave went over the mid wicket and he was caught.
Okay, so here's another thing, right? You see the professionalism and the maturity of the Canadian team that they have not yet dropped a single catch.
Yeah, no, they've been extremely. I have seen
Very
10
disciplined organization.
2 catches.
Yeah, I mean we know that there are a couple of professional players playing on that team. You know,
Mukesh.
Mukesh
Rohan.
played Ranji Trophy and he's played
Baroda.
county cricket and state, and as well as Rohan played for Canada or for Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, yeah, they have 2 international
Two
cricketers.
international players, and they made the big difference.
That
Right.
their experience, I mean, it's infectious. I mean,
Oh,
that
absolutely.
That makes a big difference. The team is all pumped.
It does.
Yeah.
And
But I have to give credit to US team too. I mean, they have done a phenomenal job of keeping up with the momentum. Although they have lost 7 wickets, but yet 82 runs. Depending on who is next now, Dashrath.
Dashrath, he can hit. He can hit.
Yeah.
He can hit. We have Chetan is still on the bench waiting. He's a great batsman. Last 2 games he did fantastic towards the end. Listen, DP is a fantastic batsman. He hasn't clicked in this tournament, but he's due for it, and he can play some fantastic shots.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, this is not IPL or professional cricket where you expect somebody to come and hit 3 sixes and
In a
2
row,
fours. That's not going to happen, right? So, but we have players who can hit boundaries.
Yeah.
And
And Moosa, the ground outfield is quicker today compared to yesterday. So
yes,
7 until it is unreachable 10 plus or something like that. I think it's anyone's game at this point.
listen, 2-3 good boundaries in a couple of overs, and
Yeah.
we are putting them under the gun.
Yeah, under the gun, the back foot pretty much.
Yeah. But they have definitely done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I have to give them that one.
Yeah, they came organized. They had a plan during their batting. And,
Yes.
We gave them a few extra runs. We shouldn't have. We had them in the beginning, 15 first session. We had them pretty tied up, and then the second session was also excellent. But in the last session, we leaked some runs, and that's put us in a tough situation right now.
Yeah, I think the key was how Mukesh anchored his inning and how people revolved around him. He, to me, is the one fine example of how to pace yourself.
That's a beautiful shot by DP.
Yeah,
And
you were
that's
just
the
saying it,
boundary.
and now he.
Yeah.
So let's say whatever you said, it comes true.
I hope so. We are not giving up yet, right?
Absolutely, yeah. No, but I think, but the coming back to the day of cricket, I mean, regardless, may the best team win today. But I'm enjoying everything what is happening here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is such a treat to, at least for myself, to be able to play in a ground like this
Yes.
one, and to be surrounded by like-minded and interesting people, making new friends, and above all, playing cricket.
Yeah, wonderful. No, that's
Right?
exactly. It's a true essence of a second inning, or call it a Masters cricket, right?
Yeah,
Making new friends after 45 or 50. It's very hard to make friends.
absolutely.
Now
And
we have done actually exact opposite of it.
Yeah, I think it's been definitely a fantastic experience, and
what a timing too, right? I mean, COVID, when people are not even wanting to visit.
exactly,
Now we have done exact opposite and proved it wrong.
absolutely. And I'm not sure which state are you from, SP?
From India. I
No,
grew
no,
up
from here.
I'm from Texas.
Okay, so people living in these warmer states have a huge advantage over some of us who come from.
How about you?
I'm from Massachusetts.
Oh, so you.
So we have
Blue.
absolutely no experience playing on these pitches. We
Same.
play on cement
Same,
with a carpet on it or a turf on it.
Same for us in Dallas. We don't have a turf.
Yeah.
But I think I was just talking about COVID period. We were open earlier. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but from a cricketing perspective, right?
Yes. No
There
experience
is
on
a
turf.
huge difference in the type of
Pitches.
play
Mhm.
from these real cricketing pitches to cement turf.
Yep.
The ball, the way it bounces, the
Bounces, how
way
you
it
play
comes to you,
You
how
cannot
you
play
play.
across.
Absolutely. And over here, it's a totally different cricket, and you have to get used to it, and you have to get adjusted.
Yep.
And the other thing I'll tell you, people in places like Texas and California and Florida, they are playing a lot of cricket, whereas in our state, we have a league, very organized league, with 6 divisions and almost 60 teams playing different levels of cricket. Some are extremely competitive cricket teams.
Mhm.
But our season is about 10 games, 12 games.
I know.
Out of 12, 13 games, at least 2-3 games get washed out.
Washed out, yeah. I lived in Chicago, so I can relate to it very easily.
Yeah.
Your season really starts barely in middle of May, early if you make it early, and then it ends in September. So you don't even have a runway to do anything.
Absolutely.
Whereas, so that was my journey. I used to play in Midwest, in Chicago area, and then moved down in 2007, and then we can play around the year basically. So we call it Winter Cup, but it's not really a Winter Cup. It's a more of a like a regular March game or April game in Chicago.
Right.
So
I
it's
mean,
not even.
I was in Pakistan recently visiting family and talking to my brother. He plays about. He's a pretty serious cricket fan and a cricket lover and a player, and he was telling me he plays about 70 to 80 matches a year.
Wow.
And we are lucky to get 10 matches,
10 matches. Yeah.
and so it makes a big difference. I mean. If you live in the states like Massachusetts, you're almost never going to be able to break in your bat because you're not getting enough
Yeah.
play time.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, definitely. I can relate to that because Chicago maybe played 12 games in a year, 12, 13 max, and whereas Dallas, I would say about 25. That too, I don't want to play all. 25 to 30 games actually in a year, which is a lot actually.
Yeah. So it
Because
looks like his score is getting exciting. I mean, if
71.
we don't lose wickets, this could be a very, very close game.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean-
US definitely is inching 71 and 9.5, which is in current format it's achievable. But again, it's just a lot depends on how
Wickets.
DP and
Yeah.
Dash play together.
I mean, we know that Dash is not fully fit. He has been.
He's carrying injury, right?
Yeah, he has been, nursing an injury for last, in fact, the whole tournament.
Yeah. I've seen
And
him. There's a
There you
toss.
go. That's a good shot. I mean, Canadians have done a great job in their field placement also.
Yeah,
Um,
I have to commend it. Their fielding has been phenomenal actually. I mean, compared to, even our 50s group, not with you guys, but I think they have played it well. They're throwing their body. The passion is very visible.
Yeah. They have taken catches. They have stopped boundaries.
I've not seen a drop catch.
No,
Yeah.
which is good cricket, right?
Very good cricket.
Which
very
is,
good quality
y-
cricket.
We want them to drop catches, but
No,
but at the same time,
Yeah.
it's very refreshing to see
Yeah.
this kind of cricket.
Exactly. exactly.
And I know that Brian, who took Munzer's catch, he was playing on long on. He's already taken 2 catches. They came to him and he took both catches.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of facility Canadians have because they are very similar to your latitude, right?
Yeah.
So they probably have a similar situation, challenges with number of games.
Yeah,
that
they
play.
do. They do. I think we were hanging out with them a couple of nights back, and Mukesh was mentioning that they are going to be having conversations with folks in Houston to see if they can use these facilities as their winter grounds.
They can come and play.
Exactly.
Wonderful. Well, this is good for Saki Bhai.
Absolutely.
Very good, or even Tanvir Bhai, I would call it. And this is exciting. In fact, I mean, the type of facility Houston, or for that matter, Texas, can have is unparalleled to the world. Actually, because we have very limited rain, and rains do happen in pockets, but a lot of wind, I would call it. But considering the number of days you have sun,
Yeah.
any team in the world can come and prep for the tournament.
Absolutely. I think Prairie View is really windy.
Oh yeah, very windy. Yeah,
There is no structure there. It's a pretty open field,
yeah.
and
This
the
Moosa
wind
doesn't
blows
feel
a
that
lot.
way.
Moosa doesn't feel
definitely
that way.
stands
Yeah.
out. Yeah, this is
I think
amazing.
Moosa feels a little bit more contained
Yes.
from wind perspective, but Prairie View is brutal.
Yeah.
We played a tournament there in February, if you remember.
Yes.
We had people were wearing down jackets.
Oh, I remember that February one was cold.
Yeah.
In fact, just to Mr. Bhai, just to give you a point of view, we came to practice in January. This was brutal cold. I mean, we were like freezing, bone chilling cold, and then but we had to practice because, like I said, we don't have turf in Dallas.
Yeah.
So
I think US has a fantastic over 50 team, and I think the lineup that they have and the games that they have played and what we have seen, because we've been watching them, of course, and supporting them, it's going to be a very formidable force in the over 50 cricket around the globe.
Yep.
And with time, it's going to become a powerhouse.
and I couldn't agree more with you because US as it is, if you look at any other parallel sports, not cricket, but if you look at the people who have immigrated to this country on a sports quota or sports basis, I mean, the names, you can name quite a few. Tennis star Martina Navratilova, for example. I mean, obviously she was once Yugoslavian, now she's American.
Yeah.
I mean, likewise, you can have many. Cricket, with all the minor leagues happening, I can foresee that'll be, that I equate to almost, what happened to brain drain equivalent.
Yeah.
So the good brains, a good physical fitness people will come to US. I mean, US always has attracted given opportunities.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the other things that has played a huge factor in other sports, and like you said, tennis and soccer, and if you remember when Beckham came here and started it, and if you go back further, Pele came and played for New York Cosmos.
Really?
That was one of the first professional teams that was created in the US, I believe. It was the New York Cosmos, and
that must be in 70s.
Yeah, and I don't exactly remember dates, but Pele came and played for them, and then as you know, Beckham came and he started playing here, and. So, and similarly tennis, and I know I'm a golfer, so I know that a lot of golfers from around the world are now live in US, and the reason for that has been, of course, because there is a lot of money involved, right? So people are willing to come. Look at basketball, right? There's so many people, professional players from around the world who play the league here because there's a lot of money. Same thing in hockey, ice hockey. So all these sports, there is a lot of money, and that generates the immigration from professional athletes around the world. I think so. From cricketing perspective, I don't see in the near future people like Virat Kohli and Bumrah or Shaheen Afridi and Babar Azam coming and playing here, because there really isn't any money in the sport yet.
Yeah.
But when that happens, and I think that's what people like Saki Mohammed and Tanveer and others are going to try to achieve, is to bring tournaments, international level tournaments, start viewership and maybe TV channels,
Correct.
and create that excitement that will generate sponsorship and some sort of a financial reward for players to come to US.
Yeah, yeah, and I think what cricket will do to the world is, especially from US contribution can be just like the level ones may not come here, but the level twos or people who just couldn't make it, they absolutely have brilliant opportunity to make it as a new refuge.
Oh, we lost a very important wicket. DP has been given LBW. I think I'm going to hold my commentary for now on LBWs in this match, and so otherwise I'm going to get in trouble, you know that.
That's okay. It's umpire's call, and we got to respect that and move on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
I think
I would say one thing, if somebody is going to ask me for recommendations, I'm definitely going to suggest more professional presence on the umpiring side, because I think there have been some decisions today which, again, I don't want to go into any of specifics or any particular decision, but they have been very disappointing. And again, it's cricket, right? It happens. There's no DRS here, so we can't blame anybody. But the fact is that there needs to be a little bit more engagement from an organization from recruiting good umpires.
So yesterday, I'll give you just a point of view again from a player's point of view, and again, this is as an organization, it has to evolve. That's what I would agree to, and evolution can be done anyway. Yesterday we were playing USA team playing against West Indies. There was a situation where the West Indian batsman was given out by the umpire, but our wicketkeeper did admit that the ball didn't hit the umpire thought ball hit the stumps, whereas wicketkeeper said no, ball actually did not hit the stumps. It hit my pad and ricocheted onto the stumps, and that's how the ball got dislodged. And umpire reversed the decision. So the point I'm trying to make here is, it was almost a review process or feedback process. I wish similar norms are adopted, or some kind of review process, especially on crucial decisions, especially, I'm not going to say DRS, we don't have the technology, but at least...
No, the financial means to do that right now.
Exactly, yeah. But I think some of the crucial ones, LBWs I'll have to go with, but I think one of the first ones where Joe I thought was unlucky, but anyway, we got to move on.
Yeah, we got to move on. I mean, the fact is, umpires are, not perfect, and the decisions are not perfect.
Exactly.
And it's in the
change the outcome,
moment that you make that decision, and sometimes you're right, sometimes you are not right.
So to make the same point, let's say if umpire stood the decision yesterday, gentlemen who made some runs would have been out on a very first over or second over, and that would have shrunk their, what are aspire to a lot lower than what they made.
Right.
So those are things that they do impact the outcome.
Yeah, I think one of the things that is very important also is that we are playing a level of cricket, and the age groups that we are all playing in, there needs to be a little bit more spirit, sportsman spirit amongst the players on both sides to raise their hand and say, hey, I heard the bat or pad, or I saw the ball got picked off the ground when it wasn't a catch, or it's a boundary or not. So I think that will play a huge role in support of the umpiring, right? Where people step up and say, hey, I heard it's not an LBW because I heard the edge, or or I picked up the ball from the ground, it's not a catch, right? Even though umpire may see it as a catch. And in Joe's situation, earlier we can't really 100% tell. I will have to look at it on a larger screen than a phone, but it was a very difficult situation, especially once the umpire gave a no ball. I don't know the exact rules and stuff, but
Yeah.
whether, and also there was a little bit of concern whether the ball hit the wicket directly or not. I don't know. Maybe you were watching it closely from here,
No,
or did
actually,
it hit the keeper and come back?
yeah, actually, I was at that point. I wasn't commentating here, so I do not know. But I did have a conversation with Joe. I mean, his narration was, it went over his waistline, and he doesn't think the bat ball hit the, stumps directly. It probably ricocheted from the wicket keeper's pad.
Right.
But
right.
again, we cannot really conclude one way or the other.
No. I think irrelevant of what the decision making has been by umpiring in this tournament, we have to accept it, and we have to figure out how in the future we can not just improve the league and grounds and skill sets, but also improve umpiring.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is a lesson learned. The feedback with the right intent, constructive feedback is always, I'm sure, anybody would appreciate it.
Right.
And I didn't have an expectation of a perfection, especially to what we have achieved. In fact, I look at this as this is an opportunity, and then what we have, and I look forward to the next one, which is obviously, it's only gonna be better.
Yeah. Looks like the strike rate. There.
Run out. Dashrath, obviously the handicap now mattered.
Of course.
So now it's 56 runs in last
That was a
6.3.
direct throw.
So now this is exactly we were talking earlier too. We play 40. Whoever plays 45, they will win.
That's right.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we knew it too. We knew it. We knew that.
Direct hit.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
We knew that we had to play 45 overs in order to win, and it's a lot of afterthoughts when you are playing as a team, and there are a lot of things that you think about, and you try to analyze, the game and everything else. That Monday night quarterbacking.
Mhm.
So my takeaway from this tournament has been, even though if you remember the February tournament, that almost every team who batted second won
Yeah.
in both 60 and 50
Yeah.
league. Every team on every ground who batted second won the match. But we came with a plan that we would chase the score and let them play first, and let the pitch dry out, and have a target and play to it. But looking back now, I think in over 60 age group, I think if I were to ever pick, I would pick batting first.
Yeah.
Let the other team get tired.
Oh no, I agree with you, Mr. Bhai, because being a batsman, one of the things I like to take advantage of is as a play early, have no pressure what to set, and then as you go, depending on the day, you have a score, and obviously you learn what is a par score. Along the way, you learn it without a pressure of chasing. So when you set a target, and especially in a playoff situation, what is the biggest thing which is missing in any team is the temperament, and the temperament of chasing on a playoffs is not very common.
Oh, there you go, another injury. See, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
Mihir Gandhi, our vice captain, he got injured towards the end of the fielding session. So I think
Okay.
that's what I learned was that you, even just for that reason, you need to bat first, because you got to prevent injuries and
No, I was thinking like that. I was thinking more in a typical cricketing sense.
yeah, absolutely.
When you set the target, especially 250, right now 9 runs looks monumental.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I mean you let them
With
figure
nine-
out how to get to the target. Let
Exactly.
them
Yeah,
take risk and take chances to meet the
Exactly.
target, right?
yeah.
And
Especially not every batsman is capable of, getting the attention back onto the each ball versus the target. Target looks bigger, and then that's the pressure. It passes the pressure back to the batsman.
yeah, we've definitely suffered through this tournament because of our injuries. Manzar pulled a muscle, and he's been nursing that, and he's been out last game. And David walking by, David Martel, he pulled a muscle, and Dashrath, of course, had a pulled muscle, and now Mihir got injured. In fact, last game, I don't know if you remember, we played with 10 fielders.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
That's a quite.
that's
an
not fun,
achievement,
you know.
actually. Yeah, it's not
That's
fun.
not fun.
A lot of
It-
pressure on remaining.
Yeah, and it's tiring.
Tiring, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
tiring.
No, I mean, it's the same situation with any club level too. If you have a bad fielding, it just passes on the burden to rest.
Yeah, and even when you have injured players on the field, they are not 100%, and puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the
Correct.
players to keep up.
Yep.
Now, as you can see, Mihir is hurting,
Yeah.
and he cannot run. And the problem is the run rate is going to continue to climb. And what Canadians did in their batting was they ran unbelievable. They took lots of singles and doubles.
Since he sustained an injury during the game, does he get a runner?
No, I think
They abolished it.
that rule was abolished long time ago,
Mhm.
where people could have runners.
I thought Masters last year at least they did allow it. Looks like they kind of got away with that same rule again.
Yeah, I think there has been some adjustments in Masters, right? Like the one white ball
Yeah.
rule has been.
Yeah, one white ball has been there from the beginning. I'm just comparing with my own knowledge of last year.
Yeah.
I did see somebody with a runner last year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I was coming from.
No, I had inquired about that earlier in the tournament because we had some injuries, and I was told that no, that is not an acceptable rule.
So
Let-
fitness is a key.
Fitness is key, especially as you know, we are going to be putting a team.
World class team, yeah.
Yeah, we are going to be putting a team in the World Cup coming up in September, and you cannot compete in World Cup with
Yeah.
so many injuries, and people have to be fit. And I don't know. I mean, as you know, in professional cricket, they have yo-yo test and other things and stuff, and I don't know. Maybe there needs to be a somewhat less stressful physical test that should qualify players, right?
Were you there in November tournament in LA when there was yo-yo test conducted? I think it was
I was at one tournament.
it was November last year.
Yeah, I might have been there. Yes.
Mhm.
Either was there one after November also?
No. The reason I'm saying it is yo-yo test. I enjoyed it, not because I did okay. I mean,
You are a spring chicken. You are 50.
yeah. So no, but I think it gives you a baseline.
Yeah, of course.
Of where you are. Doesn't matter what you do. The point is it gives you a focus of where your cardio health, and then now it's up to you how you want to carry forward.
Yeah,
So with that said, I'm a huge proponent of something like that, which gives you a baseline,
yeah.
and then so you can do something about it.
Of course. Listen, whatever the result today, I'm proud of my team. I think
Oh yeah, no, I am proud.
they have done
yeah.
such a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Everybody has come together. There's been so much fun. There's been so much excitement around the whole event, and people are so excited to play in the World Cup and represent the country. I mean, you can't have a bigger honor than actually playing for your country.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And especially when in the morning the national anthem is playing and
you
are wearing your country's, you get goosebumps.
Yeah,
You get excited.
You know, almost you can cry.
Absolutely, it's extremely emotional, and I think we have to take that feeling and commit to representing the country the way we need to, which is to go and play hard and win the game.
Yep, exactly. I remember when I was given the hat, the ceremonial hat for the first game, debut hat, I would call it, right? I mean, it's very emotional. I mean, you it's exciting. Meantime, you're so honored to be there, and then you have it. It's such an honor, privilege to play for the country. And for me, I'm excited to have the game today because I'm getting the best from the two best teams today, which made to the finals. They're playing 60, so I have 8 years to get there. But I'm super excited because I can see the baseline where we need to be.
Right.
I need to be.
Yeah. Well, listen. One thing for sure that should excite people like you is that there's more cricket after you're 60, right?
Exactly. I mean, you're building a platform I can make use of.
Yeah.
I don't have to build it from in a cold turkey.
Absolutely. And
so
it's always a lot more fun competing at your own age group.
Absolutely.
So
no doubt.
I think this has created a lot of excitement around the country for fans and for players who have always wanted to compete, not just play cricket, but compete.
Exactly.
And yet were, I won't call it handicapped, but were challenged because of their age. And now they can compete with people of similar age, and there's no more excuses, right?
Exactly. Now your peers will teach you what to do.
Yeah. Now when we play in our local leagues and stuff, we say, it was tough for me to see the ball. When these 28-year-old, 22-year-old kids were bowling, and they're bowling at 130 clicks. Now there's no excuses. Now it's everybody like
clicks
me.
are matched. Yeah.
Right. So it's you can't make excuses. You have to be fit. And you have to practice. And when you play for your country, you have to go to win. There's no other way.
Yeah, bring a better version of yourself.
Absolutely. I mean, every evening when we sat down, I told my team that, remember, we are only going to nurse our wounds after the game. During the game, forget about it.
Yeah.
You have to...
purpose here.
You have a broken finger, you have a pulled groin, you have a hamstring injury, you have a whatnot. Deal with it,
Exactly.
Put some biofreeze on it or something.
Bengay, you said.
Bengay, biofreeze, whatever you need to do. Put some ice on it, wrap it, and go play. Look at Mihir, right?
Exactly.
He's playing.
Yep.
I'm sure he's hurting.
Yep, I agree.
And I bet he's going to hurt a lot more tonight and the next couple of days.
Game is not over yet.
But it looks like he's in a lot of pain right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, really, Chetan probably, he has to take the command and then basically go for some boundaries if he can, and if need
He's
be,
gone, I think.
Game.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
yes.
I'm going to say thank you to you for doing a fantastic job here in the booth. Your dedication, you have taken your day off here, and give the viewers around the world a better understanding and view of Masters cricket, as well as the value you have brought to the broadcast by your commentary is priceless.
Thanks, Masud Bhai. Thanks for, first of all, taking time. You had a game day, but then you also took some time out to talk about being neutral also. I mean, your point of view and all the learnings from the last.
So let me run and get in the line to greet the other team.
Have a good luck.
So much.
Sorry for the loss, but I know this was an exciting day for the Canadian team. They have won the game.
Absolutely. Take care.
Okay, thank you.